The July 17th, 2023 legislative session of Anne Arundel County Council is called to order. Please ensure all phones and electronic devices are set to silent. Ms. Rodvian, as she is walking out here at the moment, she will lead us in our prayer that's coming up. I knew she was walking out here. She will lead us in our prayer and our invocation. You may just go ahead and do it, Lisa. The prayer. I'm sorry. You may do it, the invocation. Mm-hmm. I'm so sorry.
Please forgive me, and thank you so much for your patience. As we begin this evening's meeting, let us take a moment to pray in the manner we choose, or simply focus our intentions for the purpose at hand. Let us be guided by wisdom and fairness to address the challenges brought before us. Let us find compassion to help the marginalized. Let us not only speak of justice, but act in just ways. Let us remember that what may appear to divide us will never be greater than those things that unite us. Let us seek to govern in the image of love, as love holds the wisest answers. Amen. And please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Madam Secretary, please read the ethics statement.
The Ethics Commission has asked that I advise you that under certain circumstances, members of the public may qualify as lobbyists when they testify before the County Council. If so, the law requires that certain information be filed with the Ethics Commission. The chair of the Ethics Commission has asked that those who wish to testify in any form review the general information on lobbying sheet located on the Ethics website under Forms and Publications. If there are any questions about lobbying requirements, please contact the Ethics Commission at 410-222-4413.
All right, we will now open our invitation to the audience. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
Mr. Chair, there was nothing received ahead of time.
All right. And no. All right, we will now invite members of the audience who signed up before the meeting to address the council briefly on any subject that is not on the printed agenda. So if you're here to discuss something that's on one of the bills tonight, that's not what this time is for. This is for these moments are for subjects that are not on the printed agenda. So just be aware of that. And I believe there was one, Mr. Dave Kurdick. Please come forward. And if there's anyone else who would like to speak on something that's not on the printed agenda, go ahead and come up at this time, and we're going to close it after this. So please take a seat, and can you make sure the mic, can you sit that way the mic can pick you up during the recording? Sorry about that. All right, over to you.
I'm Dave Kurdick. I own a house at Tenured Springs, close to Solly Elementary School, District 3. 11 days ago, the County Department of Public Works, the DPW, held a meeting July 6 in our neighborhood to surprise homeowners with plans for a nearly $6 million county sports complex. Plans, they said, the county council approved. And I believe this project should be halted immediately. DPW representatives said at the meeting that no traffic study was necessary. Questions at the meeting from the public about crime, police patrols, safety, or schools were answered by DPW staff with a "go ask those other departments." Destroying acres of forested land to pave over green space will devastate our Tenured Springs. Shockingly, the purpose of the July 6th meeting was not to ask for feedback, but to tell us all the DPW was going full speed ahead. That's what they said. Soon as they can with this nearly $6 million county sports complex, whether we homeowners liked it or not. And they said the county council approved their plans. Their detailed engineering plans on display at the meeting that night show that the county DPW has been planning this for a long time, but July 6th was the first that I or any of my neighbors heard about this monstrous project, which is a strange lack of transparency. DPW said they're only obligated to tell people whose property is 300 feet away. We didn't even hear in advance from the county about the July 6th meeting. Our own homeowners association told us about it. DPW wants to destroy acres of forest to put in huge lit-up athletic fields, parking lots, a row of porta potties next to a cemetery, dumpsters, full-court basketball courts, bleachers, pavilions, items that nobody that I know of in Tenured Springs has asked for or even thought about. And yet less than 2 minutes away from this spot, there's already a county park with basketball courts, parking lots, and a pavilion. I don't understand why planning on this has gotten so far. It seems like it's in secret, and I believe this monstrous product should be halted now.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We'll start to the right and work our way to the left. Yeah. So 2 minutes, state your name and address for the record.
Okay, good evening. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. My name is Kemi Adetola, and I'm one of the leaders of the African Diaspora Affairs. And I wanted to invite the council and the member of the public about our next African Heritage Festival. And I'm going to read from here if you permit me. You are all invited to our third annual African Heritage Festival in and around the county at the Laurel Racetrack on September 9th from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. The goal of the African Heritage Festival is to bring the awareness of the African culture, diversity, and to reflect on the economic impact in and around the county. In addition, this event will display the interests of our elected government officials and community leaders to engage the African descent who are residents and or business owners in and around the county. Our second African Heritage Festival last year was a success. We had about 6,000 people participated in the festival. We had about 111 vendors and 88 organizations that were interested in being a vendor. But since it's our first time using this venue, we reached our targeted limit. We facilitated access to local services, including community resources, education, and information dissemination to underserved communities. So we want to use this opportunity to invite all the council members and the members of the public to please attend our event. It's going to be at the West County, and we're looking forward to seeing everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, my name is Yemi Adetola. I'm with the African Diaspora Affairs of Arundel County also. Here with my wife, Kemi Adetola. We're here to talk about the African Heritage Festival, the third one. And I think she said it all, but we want you to come. It's a family fun-oriented event, and we want you all to come and have fun and get to know more about Africa and what we bring, to the county also, about our rich heritage also. Thank you.
Yeah, I did attend one last year. Great event. I'm glad you guys are doing it again and looking forward to attending this year as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Johnson?
Julie Johnson, P.O. Box 6634, Annapolis, Maryland. I came prepared tonight to say some things, and then when I printed it out, I printed out the wrong, thing. So I don't have those in front of me, but essentially you've heard me talking again, a lot of times about how there are problems that I've experienced with the Anne Arundel County zoning enforcement code situation. And that I was found guilty of something where they didn't have a shred of evidence. They had no proof. And yet the judge found me guilty, fined me $500 and $45, for costs, and then this dragged on for the better part of an additional year, all the while with the threat over my head that I was in contempt of court. I would look at a $1,000 fine and 5 days in jail. And, as far as I'm concerned, those are awful things. And they had no grounds for either one. So the first speaker tonight was talking about being surprised at what the county does without notice to anyone. I would suggest to him that you might want to go back and look at the Joni Mitchell song that contains the rhyme that people are familiar with. They paved paradise and put in a parking lot. The name of that song is the Big Yellow Taxi. And I don't, I can't explain, that discrepancy. But there are a lot of people who are really concerned about what's happened with this 20-year land use plan. And some of us are really baffled about what's going on in our particular region. I live in Region 7, and there's a 2-block stretch of Ridgely Avenue, and this is now the Ridgely Avenue corridor. Ridgely Avenue corridor, and that somebody, someplace, called this an opportunity zone. Opportunity for who? Who's doing this? What is it that they really want to do? And we had one meeting. And therefore, I would support David's concern. We need more meetings, more information out to the public. And you let these folks they came with cool shirts.
Thank you.
And they're all excited, too.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. The invitation to the audience is now closed. Is there any item any council member would like to place on the agenda? Seeing none, may I have a motion that the partial reading of any bill, resolution, amendment to a bill, or resolution, or minutes constitutes the reading of a whole?
So moved, Allison Pickard.
Is there a second?
Ledbetter, second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Madam Secretary, please read the minutes of July 3rd, 2023.
Minutes of July 3rd, 2023. The County Council meeting was called to order by Chair Smith at 7 p.m. It was opened with the invocation given by Ms. Fiedler and was followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. The meeting was held in the County Council chambers in Annapolis, Maryland.
May I have a motion to approve the minutes of July 3rd, 2023?
So moved, Hummer.
All right, is there a second?
Rodvian, second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Minutes of July 3rd, 2023 stand approved as read. Madam Secretary, please read the titles of the bills to be introduced this evening.
Bill number 6423, an ordinance concerning subdivision and development, zoning, boards, commissions, and similar bodies, Parole Town Center, Parole Town Center Master Plan. Bill number 6523, an ordinance concerning zoning, critical area growth allocation for property located on Galesville Road in Galesville, Maryland. Bill number 6623, an ordinance concerning zoning, outdoor lighting on piers.
For the sake of this evening, obviously, there are a couple bills we want to move out of order. One, the county has some experts that we have procured, and we want to sort of efficiently get them in and out of here. So I'm going to propose that we take some of these bills out of order. So may I get a motion, and the bill order will be 5123, Resolution 2823, Bills 6023, Bills 5323, 5423, 5623, 5723, 5823, 5923, 5523, and 6123 in that order. May I get a motion to suspend the rules to change the order of the agenda to hear and vote on bills in the order that I just stated previously.
Ledbetter, so moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on the motion to change the order of the agenda.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Nay.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey. Ms. Hummer. Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
And Mr. Smith.
Aye.
So, I'm sorry, 5 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative. The motion to change the order to hear and vote on Bill number 5123, Resolution number 2823, and then Bill numbers 6023, 5323, 5423, 5623, 5723, 5823, and finally 5523 and 6123 in that order has been passed.
All right, Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 5123.
Bill number 5123, an ordinance concerning the issuance, sale, and delivery of Anne Arundel County, Maryland general obligation bonds and bond anticipation notes.
All right, Ms. Dyer.
As required by county code, sorry, this is the wrong one. So Bill 5123 is the annual bond ordinance concerning the issuance, sale, and delivery of the county's general obligation bonds and bond anticipation notes or bands. The administration brings this bill to council every year at the conclusion of the annual budget process. And as is common practice, this bill was amended at the July 3rd council meeting to conform the numbers in Bill 5123 to those passed in the fiscal 24 budget. So I have all of the experts joining me here at the table. Chris Trumbauer, our budget officer, Billy Penley from the Office of Finance, our controller, and our bond counsel, William Henn and David Gregory, and from Office of Law, Lori Klassmeyer. And we can answer any questions you may have.
All right. Any discussion from the council? All right, seeing none. We will now open the public hearing on Bill 5123 as amended. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
We did not receive anything ahead of time, Mr. Chair.
All right, and I do not see anyone that signed up in advance. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak on this bond bill 5123? Seeing no movement, public hearing on bill number 5123 as amended is closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 5123.
Bill number 5123, an ordinance concerning the issuance, sale, and delivery of Anne Arundel County, Maryland general obligation bonds and bond anticipation notes.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing no lights. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on bill 5123.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey. Ms. Hummer. Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Bill number 5123 has been passed.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution 2823.
Resolution number 2823, resolution approving estimates of the annual cost of providing health insurance benefits and the employer subsidies used to determine the rates for certain participants under the County Employee and Retiree Health Benefits Program.
All right, thank you. Hannah Dyer from the County Executive's Office again. So as required by County Code, Resolution 2823 is the estimate of total healthcare costs for the 2024 plan year presented to Council for approval. Each year, the Office of Personnel works with their health consultant, Aon Hewitt, to determine the estimate of annual healthcare costs for each of the medical plans. Aon reviews the claims data for the most recent previous calendar year, which in this case was 2022, and overlays assumptions for trends and pharmacy costs and projects the cost per plan for the upcoming calendar year. Resolution 2823 reflects the annual cost for the new plans for 2024, and overall, employees will see about a 3% increase in their bi-weekly premiums compared to calendar year 2023. We do have one technical amendment at the appropriate time, and thank you to the auditors for working with us on that. And also joining me at the table, we have Ann Badowski, our personnel officer, and Kelly Lovett, also from personnel. From budget, we have our budget officer, Chris Trumbauer. From law, we have Lori Klassmeyer. And then we also have available, if needed, in the audience, I believe they made it into the room, our consultants, Terrence Pringle and Alex Fall.
Thank you. All right, any discussion? All right, seeing none, we will now open the public hearing on Resolution 2823. Madam Secretary, did you receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
There was nothing received ahead of time, Mr. Chair.
All right, and I don't see anyone that signed up in advance. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak to Resolution 2823? All right, seeing no movement, public hearing on Resolution 2823 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Resolution 2823.
Resolution number 2823, resolution approving estimates of the annual costs of providing health insurance benefits and the employer subsidies used to determine the rates for certain participants under the County Employee and Retiree Health Benefits Program.
All right, Madam Secretary, please read Amendment Number 1.
Amendment number 1. This technical amendment corrects code citations and terminology in the exhibit to the resolution and substitutes a revised exhibit.
Ms. Dyer.
Yep, so this is just technical corrections that we worked with the auditor's office to sort out. So we ask that you pass it.
All right, motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt, Allison Pickard.
All right, is there a second?
Rodvian, second.
Any final discussion? All right, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on Amendment Number 1.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey. Ms. Hummer. Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 1 has been adopted.
All right, since this is a technical amendment, we are able to vote on this tonight. Madam Secretary, just read again. Please read title of Resolution Number 2823.
Resolution number 2823, resolution approving estimates of the annual costs of providing health insurance benefits and the employer subsidies used to determine the rates for certain participants under the County Employee and Retiree Health Benefits Program.
Any final discussion? Seeing no light, please call the roll on Resolution 2823.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey. Ms. Hummer. Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
And Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Resolution number 2823 has been adopted.
Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill Number 6023.
Bill number 6023, an ordinance concerning Hollywood on the Severn Special Community Benefit District, approval of loan and assignment agreement.
All right,
Right.
Ms. Dyer.
Hannah Dyer from the County Executive's Office again, and staying at the table with me are Chris Trumbauer, the Budget Officer, and Lori Glassmeyer from the Office of Law. Bill 6023 provides the authority for the county to levy the special community benefit assessment on Hollywood on the Severn, which is a special community benefit district, in an amount sufficient to repay a loan of $120,000 from Sandy Spring Bank during the 5-year term of the loan. And the loan will be used for the reconstruction of a community-owned pier.
What district is that? Is that yours?
5, I believe, Mr. Chair.
You don't have any issues? Okay. All right. Any questions from the council? All right, seeing none, we will now open the public hearing on Bill Number 6023. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
We did not receive anything ahead of time, Mr. Chair.
All right, and I don't see anyone that signed up in advance on 6023. Is there anyone who would like to speak on Bill 6023? Please come forward. Just 2, okay. After this, we will close the public hearing on Bill 6023. So, ma'am, please state your name and address for the record, and then we'll give you 2
I'm
minutes.
Ardith Cade at 78 Riverside Drive in Severna Park, Maryland, and a longtime resident of Hollywood on Severn.
Ma'am, it's still you. Yeah.
And,
You have 2 minutes.
excuse me, we simply want to say thank you. This has been long coming, and our pier is heavily disintegrating, and this will allow us to proceed, and we thank our councilwoman and all of the council for passage of this legislation tonight.
Thank you. Sir?
I'm Eric Meyer. I'm the current Vice President of Hollywood on the Severn. And I also just want to thank everybody, especially Janae in the SCBD office. So, thank you.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Please be seated. All right, so the public hearing on Bill Number 6023 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill Number 6023.
Bill number 6023, an ordinance concerning Hollywood on the Severn Special Community Benefit District, approval of loan and assignment agreement.
Any further discussion? All right, seeing none. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on Bill number 6023.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey. Ms. Hummer. Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Bill number 6023 has been passed.
All right, Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 5323.
Bill number 5323, an ordinance concerning zoning solar energy generating facilities.
Sir?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ethan Hunt for the administration. With me at the table, I have Lynn Miller from the Office of Planning and Zoning and Lori Klossmeyer from the Office of Law. Bill 5323 is a rooftop solar bill. It makes some changes to the zoning code to enable rooftop solar in certain zones. It was discussed at the work session and at the previous meeting and amended. There is one amendment from the administration regarding decommissioning and bonds to be posted following our discussions with some solar providers that will strike that requirement from the code for rooftop solar only.
Check. Any further discussion on 5323? All right. Seeing none, we will now open the public hearing on Bill number 5323. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the council, there were 4 submissions made. Everyone here has received a copy. It is included in the summary that is posted online, and everything will be added to the meeting record.
Check. I do see 4 people that signed up in advance, so please come forward when I call your name. Mr. Ford, William Ford, Ms. Cheney, Kathy Gramp, and Deanna Tice. And if you want to speak on Bill 5323, about 3 more seats up here, so go ahead and come forward. All right. All right, and after this, we will close the public hearing, the public testimony, because I think we have one more, but we'll close it after that. All right, so we're going to start off with Mr. William Ford. Sir?
William Ford, Harwood, Maryland. I am an advocate of agriculture, and I don't believe that these solar panel projects should be allowed on RA land. Right now, we have a 10-mile buffer, I believe, between solar panel projects on RA land. I think that needs to stay. I believe that there is too much property in this county that can be utilized before they start taking our ag land. You know, our Mr. Pittman, our county executive, you know, is a firm believer in keeping Southern Anne Arundel County rural. And I don't see how that's possible if we allow these solar panel projects to take place. Rooftops, you've got landfills, you've got all kinds of area, you've got vacant county land. It can be utilized before they start coming after our farmland. We need to keep our farmland in agriculture. So, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cheney?
Well, I think Mr. Ford said it all, but my name is Anna Cheney. I'm at 5801 Brookswoods Road in Lothian, Maryland, and many of you probably know I'm 13th generation Anne Arundel Countian and farmer at Honey's Harvest Farm with my 3 children. We also feel very strongly and would like for you to support the amendment to stay with the 10-mile radius. A little history is I did serve as a chairperson for the Anne Arundel County Farming, Agriculture, and Agritourism Commission. And during that time, we were charged with studying dispersed energy in Anne Arundel County. And during that time, we spent about a year, every 2 to 3 weeks, meeting about this with all stakeholders. Mr. Pittman was one of the members of that solar committee. And out of that solar committee came the 10-mile radius. So I strongly support, myself and my 3 kids, the amendment to keep that 10-mile radius. We also do support the change in the naming the proper definition for farmland. So we agree with that. We do thank you for that support, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Gramp?
Gramp. I live at 404 Arundel Road in Tracy's Landing. I'm testing tonight to commend the county for allowing more solar generation on industrial and commercial rooftops. By promoting the dual use of impervious surfaces, Bill 5323 will help prevent the loss of forests and other valuable land as we transition to clean power. Unfortunately, Bill 5323 comes up short on a different environmental matter, namely the need to manage the water quality and soil impacts of ground-mounted solar arrays. It's time for the county to be a leader on this issue. In 2018, calls to update the landscape manual fell on deaf ears. In 2023, requests to earmark money in the 2024 budget for studies on solar issues were dismissed as unnecessary. But now, experts from the federal Chesapeake Bay program have documented the problems and pointed to solutions. Now we have the information we need to act. Accelerating work on environmental standards would benefit every council district. Ground-mounted projects can be built on any land zoned industrial and on any county property, including schools. In 2018, for example, then candidate Pittman proposed putting solar arrays on the Crownsville hospital site. By acting now, solar projects on county land could set the gold standard for best practices. Managing stormwater impacts also would help protect the hard-won gains the county has made in meeting TMDL targets. I urge the council to jumpstart this process by immediately convening an advisory committee focused on environmental standards for solar projects. I recommend appointing people with technical expertise on soils, vegetation, water quality, and solar site design. Finally, any such committee must ensure that all stakeholder groups have a seat at the table, including industry, citizens, and the environmental community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tice?
I'm from Harwood, Maryland, and I am a full-time farmer in the county. I am opposed to the removal of farmland for solar projects. There are plenty of space in Anne Arundel County that should be filled up for the solar projects. I'm not against solar. There's the county lands, the brownfields, industrial areas, parking lots, and rooftops. Anne Arundel County just purchased the Lothian Granary to keep agriculture viable in our county and in southern Maryland. By allowing solar on farmland, you will basically be taking away the profitability of that Lothian Granary that was just purchased. COVID showed us how volatile our food supply chain is, and we need to keep local food in Anne Arundel County, which is also another reason that we need the farmland to do that. Only 1% of the population are farmers, so 1% feed everyone, and we need all the land that we can utilize to do that. I am happy with the amendments. We need to change prime agricultural soils, which is not defined anywhere in the code, to prime farmland, which is defined and is enforceable. Keep the 10-mile radius to keep South County farms in agriculture production. Supporting this will support the Lothian Granary's viability. Thank you for your time and hearing my opinion and the work that you do for Anne Arundel County. We do appreciate it.
Thank you. Sir, Mr. Regent.
Matt Minahan, 3651 First Avenue, Edgewater, Maryland. I'm here as chair of the Growth Action Network. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council. GAN sees this bill as a modest step in the right direction. We certainly support the county's efforts to diversify its energy sourcing, and solar is something that we have plenty of and need more of in the county. More rooftop solar in the North and South County is definitely the right approach. We wish the county were equally prepared to unleash ground-based solar in the half of the county that's in RA. I hear from our colleagues and friends in the farming community, but there are other farms that are not as productive and not as financially viable for whom solar is a financial option. As you've heard, a critical element of good environmental stewardship around solar has to do with protecting the soil around and under the array to absorb stormwater from the panels into the ground underneath, which prevents runoff, but also preserves the land to return to arable farming in the end of the life cycle of the solar array. These soil protection measures should apply to all ground-based solar in all parts of the county, not just in RA. Our concern is that while the county sets the simple conditions for soil conservation, solar projects are free to build as they wish, kind of like needing the school's APF to get done before the old law expires. And so leaving this window open for construction and permits before we have soil protection guidelines, we think is a problem. We urge the county to quickly gather the stakeholders, begin the soil preservation measures that GAN has already proposed, get these guidelines developed and approved in a hurry. And we'll say again what we've said here many times before, and that is the county in this bill continues to exempt itself from all the other regulations that it requires of other organizations. And we would hope that a council sponsor would be willing to work with us on that. And thank you to Ms. Ledbetter for her work and working with us on this and the administration.
Thank you. Ma'am, to the far left.
Hi, my name is Kate Fox. I live at 3495 Olympia Road in Davidsonville. I am in favor of Bill 5323 as amended, and also to the amendments to the bill proposed for tonight. It increases the amount of solar generation by allowing it on rooftops in all commercial districts and continues to allow it in industrial districts. This allows dual use of impervious surfaces, which will help meet the state's renewable power goals. Personally, if this bill passes, I would like to see the county take the lead in installing solar panels on the Arundel Center, the school board building, the Riva complex, on school buildings and other county buildings, as long as the presence of the arrays don't affect the historic nature of the area. What is still needed in the code on solar power generation facilities is requirements to protect the soil from ground-based solar installations on pervious surfaces. This includes construction methods that prevent compaction of the subsoil during installation of the array and replacement of the topsoil before the panels are placed into the array. It also includes planting deep-rooted vegetation under and around the arrays. These efforts will allow infiltration of rainwater falling from the panels and help prevent runoff and associated erosion of the soil around ground-based arrays. The US EPA's Chesapeake Bay program has documented these types of problems around solar installations in Maryland. So I ask you to pass the amendments tonight to enhance Bill 5523, pass the bill in September, and convene a work group to study and determine which soil protection actions should be used in Anne Arundel County to protect our creeks and the bay from erosion caused by runoff from ground-based solar installations and to protect our farmland. Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated. And I think the gentleman in the back will come up and hear from you as well.
My name is Joe Devlin. I'm an attorney with the law firm of counsel Barradell, Cosmer on Nolan in Annapolis, and I'm a registered lobbyist on behalf of Centennial Generating Company. Would like to thank both Mr. Smith, the council chair, as well as the county executive Pittman and his team for bringing forth this rooftop solar bill. We support the bill as proposed, and believe that, again, rooftops are something that really do need to be examined. Centennial has extensive experience in the rooftop industry, founded by David Frankel, who's a Maryland native and a local person here in Anne Arundel County, and Crownsville is one of their key people. They've been started in Africa back in there in terms of being able to provide alternative sources of energy, have come to the United States and have been around the northeastern seaboard, now want to come into Anne Arundel County. And again, the ability, the opportunity with rooftop is key. A lot of the issues that you have with ground systems, such as noted here tonight, do not apply with the use of already built facilities, buildings, and things of that nature, which changes the dynamic considerably. So I just want to thank you, the council, for the opportunity to be before on this bill. We think it is a great one. We're going to be coming in Anne Arundel County imminently. And that's why I reached out to Mr. Smith in part because we have a building that we're under contract for to get started with this. I know there are amendments that are proposed. Amendment 2, which relates to the decommissioning. We are in favor of that bill. That is consistent with all the surrounding jurisdictions and other states that we participate in, again, because there is a difference between ground mounted and what happens if those are abandoned or the lease is terminated versus those that are on active buildings and in commercial centers or warehouse buildings, et cetera. And we certainly ask that at the appropriate time that amendment be passed. With that said, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. All right, so the public hearing on bill number 5323 is now closed. I'm sorry, please read the title of bill number 5323.
Bill number 5323, an ordinance concerning zoning solar energy generating facilities.
All right. And Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 2.
Amendment number 2. This amendment exempts rooftop-mounted solar facilities from the requirement for a decommissioning plan, allows the county to collect any expenses incurred for the removal of rooftop-mounted solar facilities, and exempts rooftop-mounted solar facilities from certain special exception requirements.
Sir, Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ethan Hunt for the administration. As I mentioned, this amendment is designed to address an issue regarding decommissioning plans just for rooftop solar. Ground-based solar requires decommissioning plans and bond. This would remove that requirement for rooftop.
Check.
Ask for your support.
All right, is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Allison Pickard.
Is there a second?
Rodvian, second.
Any additional comments on this amendment? All right. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 2.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey. Aye. Ms. Hummer. Aye. Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
And Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 2 has been adopted.
All right. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 3.
Amendment number 3. This amendment alters a special exception requirement for the developer of a solar facility to repeal a certain limitation on the requirement that the developer avoid disturbing certain soils, changes the term prime agricultural soils to prime farmland, and repeals the prohibition on a solar facility resulting in more than 50% of prime agricultural soils on the site from being removed from production.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In my many discussions on this bill, I was made aware that there is currently no legal definition for prime agricultural soils that exists in our code. This amendment seizes the opportunity to bring our county code into line with a legally enforceable and accepted definition that's already in law. Move to adopt.
Second.
Is there a second? All right. Administration?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We did discuss this with the sponsor as well as some of the folks you heard speaking earlier, and after consulting with our departments, we're in agreement and view this as a friendly amendment.
Any additional questions on amendment number 3? All right, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 3.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey. Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
6 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. Amendment number 3 has been adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of amendment number 4.
Amendment number 4. This amendment alters the current prohibition on locating solar energy generating facilities within 10 miles of each other to only apply in rural agricultural zoning districts and exempt solar energy generating facilities that are rooftop only facilities from the prohibition.
All right, Ms. Ledbetter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At our work session, I had an amendment for discussion that was regarding the standards for soil, underground-based installations. And the administration had some strong objections to the amendment regarding the specificity of the language, concerns that not all the stakeholders had been brought in yet, and that the bill at its heart is a rooftop solar bill. I took those comments to heart and was looking for a way forward that would essentially be a seatbelt that would allow us the time and the space to do the work that needs to be done to protect the ground underneath these ground-based solar installations. And I believe that this amendment strikes that balance, a seatbelt, if you will, while we search to find our left and right lateral limits, so that when we proceed forward, we are doing it the right way and we don't have any unintended consequences. I do want to acknowledge, I really do appreciate the administration's frankness at the work session, because I think it did move the conversation forward in a positive way, but move to adopt.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Admin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would agree with what the sponsor stated. I think you heard from several of the people testifying that it's important to protect the agricultural land, but also the soil and soil quality to ensure that runoff below ground-based solar facilities doesn't seep into our waterways. And in the event that a ground-based solar facility is decommissioned, that it can be returned to agricultural land. The administration would eventually like to see the 10-mile limit removed so that we can, utilize ground-based solar where appropriate. And we are going to, over the coming months, convene the stakeholders to figure out the best way to ensure that soil quality and agricultural land can be protected, as was discussed earlier.
Okay. Any additional comments on amendment number 4?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. So this amendment is a combination of exempting rooftop from the 10-mile, but also keeping it in, am I reading this right?
I believe so, yes.
Mr. Hunt, would you like me to address?
Yes.
Ms. Pickard, so correct. So it allows the 10-mile prohibition to stay in place in RA zoned areas, but then exempts rooftop installations within those areas. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I have a couple questions. I'll start with one and then see if you want to let me ask my second one in succession. My first question is, how does this amendment comport with state law regarding ground-based solar installation?
I would defer to the Office of Law on that.
Lori Blair Klassmeyer, Deputy County Attorney. So I don't think there's any conflict with that. If something is subject to review by the Public Service Commission, this does not apply. We're preempted from applying this anyway for some, and that's basically the larger installations. So I don't think it's an issue at this point.
So those could be, I mean, if it went before that commission, they could end up being closer than this 10-mile radius anyway.
Yes, because we're preempted from.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. And then may I go ahead and ask my
Yes,
second
ma'am.
question?
Please.
So my second question is really just, well, I guess maybe it's more of a comment. But when I'm looking at a map of Anne Arundel County on Google Maps on my laptop here, which is, extremely accurate when we're talking as the crow flies. I'm being totally sarcastic. But looking at the, an intersection of about 424 and Route 50 down to Chesapeake Beach is about a 25-mile drive. So it's probably even shorter that, and we're talking about as the crow flies. And we know there's agricultural land in other parts of the county, but that is obviously the main part of the agricultural land in the county. I'm concerned that a 10-mile radius limit would almost exclude solar in agricultural zones. And I don't know if anyone has looked at this more carefully. And I'm certainly not of the mind that we want to, we need farmland. Well, let me make that clear. We absolutely need farmland, but we also need green energy. And for me, this this issue is really about finding the right balance. So I'm just curious if anyone has looked at how many, with this restriction in place, would we even be able to have? I mean, would we have any? Would it be possible to have any? Or maybe more than one? Once you have one, you're just especially talking radius, not diameter.
Right. Lynn Miller, Office of Planning and Zoning. We have mapped the 10-mile radius around the existing ground solar facilities in the RA district, and that's correct. If you apply the 10-mile radius, there are no more opportunities to locate ground-mounted in that zoning district.
Thank you.
All right, any additional comments on amendment number 4? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 4.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Can I actually ask another question?
Oh, please.
You'll be okay. As the bill has been amended so far, rooftop mounted solar is currently exempt from 10 miles, or it's caught up in this 10-mile thing?
As the bill currently is, rooftop would be exempt from 10 miles.
Nay.
Mr. Volke? Ms. Hummer? Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Nay.
And Mr. Smith?
Aye.
That is 4 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative, 1 abstention. Amendment number 4 has been adopted.
All right, bill number what was this?
53.
53? Bill number 5323 will be heard on September 5th, 2023. All right. Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 5423.
Bill number 5423, an ordinance concerning finance, taxation, and budget, real property taxes, credits, high-performance buildings.
Ms. Hummer?
Yes, so this bill is, we currently have tax credits for residential buildings that achieve LEED or National Green Building Standards. And this would just expand that tax credit to include all properties, commercial as well as multifamily buildings. And we did have the question at the last meeting about how many this would impact. And at this time, there were 20 commercial properties that would qualify for this tax credit, and it would be $850,000 in annual tax credits, but that would be an incentive for our builders to build more environmentally efficient and sound buildings. So I ask for everyone's support on this bill.
Admin?
Thank you. Hannah Dyer from the County Executive's Office. We've commented on this bill at the prior council session and the work session last week as well. We appreciate the sponsor sharing information with us throughout this process. As we've noted in prior meetings, this change may create some revenue loss for the county that may be spread out among other county taxpayers. However, we certainly understand and support the intent behind the bill, which is to encourage green and efficient buildings. And with me at the table are Brian Schenk from the Office of Finance, our Budget Officer, Chris Trumbauer, and Lori Blair-Klossmeyer. And we can answer any questions you have.
All right, any comments from the council? Okay. Seeing none, we will now open a public hearing on bill number 5423. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
We did not receive anything ahead of time, Mr. Chair.
All right, and I do not see anyone that signed up in advance. Anyone that wants to speak to 5423 from the audience? Seeing none, public hearing on bill 5423 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill 5423.
Bill number 5423, an ordinance concerning finance, taxation, and budget, real property taxes, credits, high-performance buildings.
Any discussion? All right, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on 5423.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey? Aye. Ms. Hummer? Aye. Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
I'm going to vote aye, but I'd just like to let the folks listening know that we had a work session on this last week, and we spent a lot of time, so it seems like we're not giving this a whole lot of consideration. We actually have, but it was at a work session. So with that, I vote aye.
And Mr. Smith?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Bill number 5423 has been passed.
All right, Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 5623.
Bill number 5623, an ordinance concerning zoning, licensed dispensaries, growers, and processors of cannabis.
Evening. Pete Barron with the administration. Joining me at the table is Ms. Miller and Ms. Blair Klausmeyer. 5623 was discussed at the work session, but to remind you all, if you haven't gone back and studied Legislative Council's PowerPoint, I ask you to do that again because it was quite informative. As you recall, state voters approved almost by a 2-to-1 margin the legalization of recreational cannabis. We had the General Assembly at the last session pass legislation to implement the voters' will. There is some language in the state bill that restricts how much counties can limit the siting of licensed dispensaries. This bill puts forward a flexible set of rules that we are confident will pass the limits put on by the state legislature. And remember, these facilities still need to obtain a state license and comply with state regulations. They are also regularly inspected. There's an entire new state agency or department that it will be regularly monitoring the businesses. So we aren't likely to see a ton of shops in the county, but we will see more. I think if you look at the estimates, there are 300 licenses statewide. So the county usually sees about 10% or so of the state share. One thing to be clear, state law does authorize on-site consumption, but the local jurisdiction must proactively authorize it. This bill does not authorize on-site consumption. So with that, we ask you to move the bill at the appropriate time.
I do want to thank our legislative counsel here for the green PowerPoint that he that he created for us and gave to us during the work session last week. Any additional comments on this legislation from the council members? All right, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question. It's a follow-up to a question that I asked during the work session. If this bill were not to pass this evening, what would that mean for the county as it relates to the state legislation? Would we be at risk for a lawsuit? Would we be non-compliant? What does that mean?
I'll defer to Office of Law for the legal answer, but we would be out of compliance and subject to a lawsuit. I'll let Ms. Blair Klausmeyer provide more detail.
Sure. Lori Blair Klausmeyer, Deputy County Attorney. The state law provides that local jurisdictions cannot zone these facilities out of existence. So if this doesn't pass, then we don't have any zoning that applies to them. And because our code is permissive, we need to have something in there that allows them in certain areas.
Thank you.
All right. Is there any, ma'am?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Along the same lines of Ms. Fiedler's question, if this hypothetically piece of legislation was crafted in a way that it was, you mentioned, Mr. Barron, that the way the state law works, the county cannot be overly restrictive with the regulations put in place. If that were the case, the tighter regulations, so tight that the state would say that they were overly restrictive, can you speak to the consequences of that or defer to Office of Law as appropriate.
Yeah, I think we spent a lot of time sort of struggling with where the line should be drawn, and we ended up on a line that we are extremely confident would not fall afoul of that unduly burdensome test. I'll turn it over to Ms. Blair Klausmeyer, though, to what I think would happen is the individual dispensary would sue, but I'll let Ms. Blair Klausmeyer give you the real answer.
I think that's one consequence. There would also probably be some estate action to find that we were in violation of state law, whether it be through the Attorney General or some other. So there would be consequences.
Thank you.
Seeing no additional comments, we will now open the public hearing on bill number 5623. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
We did not receive anything ahead of time, Mr. Chair.
All right, I don't see anyone that signed up in advance. Is there anyone in the audience who wants to speak to 5623? All right, I see one. And after him, we will close the public hearing on 5623. Sir, welcome back. Mr. Independent.
Good evening. My name is David Dahl, 4115 Fairhaven Avenue, Baltimore. I think we've come a short way from putting people in cages for cannabis to now allowing you to purchase it as long as you pay an extra tax. It's weird that now we can't smoke on premise, though. So we see Maryland prisons overflowing with people who have been convicted of nonviolent drug crimes and nonviolent gun crimes. Overflowing, like they literally can't find places to put them. And maybe if we just stop regulating recreational drugs, we wouldn't be in this pickle where people are put in prison or for other things besides cannabis instead of getting the help that they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Public hearing on bill 5623 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 5623.
Bill number 5623, an ordinance concerning zoning, licensed dispensaries, growers, and processors of cannabis.
All right. Any additional comments, ma'am?
I just want to clarify, this bill actually opens up more locations that would be allowed to, under the conditional use requirements, there would be more locations that could possibly be home to a dispensary.
Correct.
Okay.
The dispensary still needs to obtain state licensing.
Right. But this is actually kind of trying to lift regulation on that question.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. All right, Madam Secretary, see no additional comments. Please read the title of bill number 5623.
Bill number 5623, an ordinance concerning zoning, licensed dispensaries, growers, and processors of cannabis.
Is there any final discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on 5623.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Bill number 5623 has been passed.
All right, Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 5723.
Bill number 5723, an ordinance concerning boards, commissions, and similar bodies, Anne Arundel County Community Reinvestment and Repair Commission, Finance, Taxation, and Budget, Community Reinvestment and Repair Special Revenue Fund.
Ms. Dyer?
Hannah Dyer from the County Executive's Office. Just get to the right page here really quick. Okay, so this bill was also discussed at the work session last week. And as was covered in the presentation, this is the other piece of state law that we're required to follow. The state law created the State Community Reinvestment and Repair Fund, which receives certain revenue associated with cannabis licensing and sales and requires counties to adopt local laws establishing the purpose for which the money, have a little bit of a cough today, for which the money received from the fund will be used. So this bill meets that requirement by creating a local fund, as well as a commission to make recommendations for the use of the fund. And with me at the table are our budget officer, Chris Trumbauer, and Lori Blair-Klassmeyer from the Office of Law. And we can answer any questions you may have.
All right. Seeing no additional comments from the council, we will now open the public hearing on bill number 5723. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
We did not, Mr. Chair.
I do not see anyone that signed up in advance. All right. We'll now hear from individuals who did not. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak to 5723? All right, seeing no movement, public hearing on bill number 5723 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of 5723.
Bill number 5723, an ordinance concerning boards, commissions, and similar bodies, Anne Arundel County Community Reinvestment and Repair Commission, Finance, Taxation, and Budget, Community Reinvestment and Repair Special Revenue Fund.
Please read amendment number 1.
Amendment number 1, this technical amendment corrects terminology and grammar.
Hannah Dyer from the County Executive's Office. So we support this amendment. It just corrects a couple references to state code and a comma issue.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Allison Pickard.
Second.
Rodvian, second.
All right, any additional comments from the council? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call a roll on amendment number 1.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey. Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 1 has been adopted.
All right, seeing that it is a technical amendment, we are permitted to vote on this bill tonight. So, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on bill number 5723.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey. Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Bill number 5723 has been passed.
All right, Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 5823.
Bill number 5823, an ordinance concerning pensions, deferred retirement option program, term of participation, period, withdrawal, or disability.
Right. Hannah Dyer from the County Executive's Office again. And joining me at the table are Ann Badowski and Kelly Lovett from Personnel, as well as Lori Blair-Klassmeyer from the Office of Law. During negotiations this past winter, several provisions related to the DROP program were discussed, and this bill codifies what was negotiated at the table. This bill allows for a 7th year of the DROP for current and prospective DROP employees in the police plan, and the bill also provides an option to repay missed employee contributions for any member of the DROP who withdraws from DROP in the first 3 years of participation. And we are available to answer any questions you may have.
All right. Any comments? Good. Okay. Moving at a good pace here. Any discussion from the council? Seeing none, we will now open the public hearing on bill number 5823. Madam Secretary, did you receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
We did not receive anything ahead of time, Mr. Chair.
And I do not see anyone that signed up in advance. Okay. Is there anyone in the audience who wants to speak to 5823? All right, seeing none, public hearing on 5823 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 5823.
Bill number 5823, an ordinance concerning pensions, deferred retirement option program, term of participation, period, withdrawal, or disability.
All right, any final discussion? Seeing no lights, please call the roll on 5823.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey. Ms. Hummer. Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Bill number 5823 has been passed.
All right, and Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 5923.
Bill number 5923, an ordinance concerning approval of the ground lease between Anne Arundel County and Woodland Beach Volunteer Fire Department, Inc.
Mr. Barron?
Good evening, Pete Barron with the administration. Very excited to bring this bill before you. I have Chris Daniels and Ms. Blair Klausmeyer with me. As we discussed at the work session, Anne Arundel County owns a little over 3 acres down in Edgewater. This is in Council District 7. The county and Woodland Beach Volunteer Fire Department are entering into an agreement whereby the county will issue a 99-year ground lease for the land. The land was originally held by the Board of Education, which we can't quite dispose of it, so we're going to do this ground lease, which will allow Woodland Beach Volunteer Fire Department to construct a new fire station, which is much needed down in that area. Want to thank the folks at Woodland Beach, the folks at Central Services, Office of Law, everybody involved in getting this ready. The Volunteer Fire Department would be responsible for the construction costs of the new building. The county will maintain our ownership, and the loan will be secured by a deed of trust with the county serving as trustee and maintaining full ownership of the property. I skipped a step, which is the Woodland Beach needs to take out a loan to build so that is the loan that will be covered. So Mr. Daniels is here to answer any of your questions, and we'll ask you to approve this bill at the appropriate time.
Any questions from the council? All right. Seeing none, we will open up the public hearing on bill number 5923. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
We did not receive anything, Mr. Chair.
I do not see anyone that signed up in advance. Yeah, I don't see anyone that signed up in advance. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak to 5923? All right, seeing no movement, the public hearing on Bill 5923 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 5923.
Bill number 5923, an ordinance concerning approval of the ground lease between Anne Arundel County and Woodland Beach Volunteer Fire Department, Inc.
All right, any additional comments on 5923? Seeing none, please call the roll on 5923.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Radvian.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Bill number 5923 has been passed.
Thank you. Wow, we actually got through that pretty fast, actually.
Seriously.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 5523.
Mr. Chair.
Please.
Thank you. In the interest of time, given how many folks are signed up, I was going to make a suggestion to you first as a suggestion, and then if the chair would prefer, we can make a motion. Under our rules in 3105 Section D, the time limitation on how long each person has to address the council is set by the chair. I would suggest to you that in light of the number of people who are here, that you set that at 1 minute this evening. My concern is that with 2 minutes for each of the folks here, if everyone testifies for 2 minutes, we will easily run into the midnight deadline for this bill, which will create a problem where we have to bring it back and won't be able to amend it this evening because we will be past midnight. So with that, I would suggest to you that given the volume of people here, that it makes sense to ask that this be 1 minute for testimony. And if the chair's not inclined to make that decision on your own, which I think you could, then we can take a motion.
I would certainly, if we can make for Ms. Ledbetter to return.
Sure.
Certainly enjoy the motion.
Yeah. Well, if you need me to, I'll make a motion.
No, please.
Okay.
I was
Make
just
a
waiting for
motion.
her to come back before we.
We won't vote on it without her.
Check. So let them go ahead and talk because we can always make the motion as we progress through this process. All right. Admin? I'm sorry, Mr. Volkey, this is your.
Yeah, I was going to suggest.
Before I say anything, again, I'll reiterate my motion is to have testimony be 1 minute on this bill as pursuant to 3105 in our rules. Is there a second?
We just had another one just to part. If you wanted to go ahead and do some opening remarks on the bill, we'll give it to the admin. Just give her an opportunity to come back, and then we'll make the motion. Is that fair?
All right, I'll withdraw for now.
Okay. Mr. Volkey.
Thank you. I am looking forward to hearing this evening how more sprinklers in group homes kill people. I am interested in hearing this evening how an exemption for certified recovery residences from any sprinkler requirements.
Please, order.
I'm interested in hearing how an exemption to certified recovery residences having any sprinkler requirements kills people. I'm interested in hearing how more beds in recovery residences kills people. I'm interested in hearing how putting in no capacity limits on certified residences kills people. I'm interested in hearing how the reasonable accommodations requirement in this bill kills people. The answer to each one of those statements is that obviously it doesn't. And the leaders of the opposition to this bill appear willing to stop at nothing to mischaracterize and misinform the public and their patients about this bill. I've gotten calls from recovery community providers around the state of Maryland. They've been called by the leaders of the opposition to this bill and told how it will shut down recovery residences, how it will end treatment, how it will interrupt the continuum of care. None of that is true. That's why the vast majority, nearly universal support from providers at the 3.5 level under ASAM and higher support this bill. It's why pure recovery residence providers support this bill. It's why recovery specialists around the state and at the state level support this bill. This bill protects the most vulnerable among us, those in the throes of addiction and substance abuse. The only people who lose in this bill are the few people in this room who are lining their pockets, preying and profiting on suffering while doing nothing to ensure basic life safety measures are in place for their patients. I had the opportunity this weekend to read an article in the Baltimore Sun. The title of it was Love Them Anyway. Arundel baseball star Tyler Hibbs battled addiction for nearly a decade until his death. Read that 5 days ago in the Sun over the weekend. Talked about what an amazing baseball player this young man was, how he made the Team USA team multiple times, how every one of his teammates played Division I or Major League Baseball. This young man died because of addiction. That was what took his life. Ultimately, addiction robs us of some of our best and brightest. I don't have to tell you that. You all know that. But this bill doesn't kill people. This bill doesn't take people in addiction and put them on the street. It provides basic levels of safety when you have a lot of people living together in a nearly medical situation to ensure that you have the safest environment to combat and overcome addiction. So with that, I am looking forward to hearing what you have to say about this bill. Thank you for coming out. I certainly appreciate all the work that my colleagues have put into this. I appreciate the work that everyone who has come out tonight has put into understanding this bill and reading about it. And again, now that we have the full contingent of the council, Mr. Chair, I would make my motion again.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion is to reduce the public speaking time to 1 minute from 2 minutes. So Madam Secretary, go ahead. Any comments on that?
Is this a debatable motion?
My understanding, looking at Robert's rules, is that it is not because it's a motion to debate, which generally does not fall as a debate motion. But you have to appeal to the parliamentarian for that.
All right, call the roll on the motion.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Nay.
Mr. Volke.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer.
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Nay.
And Mr. Smith.
Nay.
3 in the affirmative and 4 in the negative. However, I do need clarification from our parliamentarian. Is this 5 or 4? So the motion to limit the debate to 1 minute has failed.
All right. Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to hear from all the folks here, just like the sponsor. So I think we'll start very briefly. I have a number of folks with me, many who couldn't fit at the table. So just so you know, as we get to questions, not only do we have Ms. Miller and Mr. McCara, we also have our fire chief, Chief Wolford. We have our health officer, Ms. Gedden and Sandy O'Neill, as well as from our mental health agency, Adrian Michler. We have Lori, we have Mr. Greg Swain from the Office of Law and Ethan Hunt from the admin with me. I think there's been a lot of discussion. I think the administration talked about this at the work session. There are folks on this issue, on this bill, everybody who we have talked to and talked about, I think are coming from a good place. We're all trying to help those with addiction. There are different approaches. There are pieces of Mr. Volke's bill that are incorporated in a later bill that we're going to see that the admin will support. There are places, though, where we are wading into regulating healthcare policy and healthcare decisions through our zoning code that makes the admin uncomfortable. So with that, happy to answer any questions, or more importantly, have our experts here who are here answer any questions, or listen to the public and then get to discussion.
All right, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate my colleague's opening remarks. However, he failed to mention a few aspects of the bill as drafted and amended that are actually problematic. And those are taking the definition, which is great. We're putting a definition of recovery residences in the code alongside group homes 1 and 2. But in defining recovery residences, which is a permitted use across all zoning districts, there's caveats. And with that, putting in our zoning code and in that definition of a recovery residence that you can't be considered a recovery residence if you have a treatment facility in and along the continuum of care. That is extremely problematic, and or affiliate along the continuum of care. And I think while some aspects of the bill have merit, that one is just is a non-starter for me personally. We don't do that in any other with any other permitted use. We don't tell businesses what kind of other businesses they can own in the land use code. So there's still we have some amendments to this bill that are vital, including those regarding the individuals with developmental disabilities and group homes. We've somehow amended them out of the definition of group homes, and we need to make sure that gets back in. So there are some important amendments to get to tonight if the majority of this council is still wanting to move forward with this bill. We've got some work to do on it to get it into a better place. That's all I have for now.
Thank you. This is really just a message to those that have shown up tonight. Just want to let you know, I have spent an enormous amount of time studying this bill, talking to different folks in the field, different providers, different experts. I've read as much testimony as I possibly could. I'm going to admit that I didn't get through everything because we received a lot in the last few hours before tonight's meeting that I just didn't get to. I'm going to be hanging on everyone's every word tonight, and I'm hanging on every word. I think I've changed my mind about 10 times on what my position is on this bill, because I think that there are valid arguments for supporting this bill, and I think there are valid arguments for defeating this bill. So I just want to know that no matter where I land, please know that I'm hearing your hearts. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Volke.
Thank you. Mr. Swain, can you tell me what an auxiliary use is in our zoning code?
Yes, Greg Swain, County Attorney. Auxiliary uses are uses that are associated with business complexes generally, as opposed to an accessory use, which is a use that is normally incidental to a primary use. An auxiliary use is really defined by its inclusion in a business complex. And Ms. Miller, have I got that right? Yes.
So with those two things, accessory and auxiliary uses, do we at times tell certain business owners that they are or are not allowed to operate other businesses in conjunction with their business?
Well, we do on
what I
certain
thought.
occasions, but not, generally not with permitted uses. That's
Understood.
usually as a conditional use or a special exception use.
But it's not completely unheard of in our code, is what I'm getting at.
I'm not aware of where we do it with any permitted uses, to
Got
say
it.
that.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Vice Chair.
I'm not going to prolong this evening with a lot of banter, but auxiliary uses is a use that's actually happening within a premise, one building, not up the road, not down the street. It's adding an accessory or an auxiliary use to your main use in the building, in one building, correct?
Well, that's correct. It's a business complex is a combination of different uses in one complex. So an auxiliary use is auxiliary to the principal use in that complex, and there can be more than one auxiliary use, but it's within that confined, basically within that business complex.
And I'll simply say before we kick off comments, for me, I believe that there's certainly more than one way to resolve the discrepancies or the conflicts that exist within the code that manages or does not exist in the code for recovery-like facilities, a PHP with a pillow, all these different entities, whether or not someone is being truthful in how they bill. And I think it's extremely important for the council members to remember that it is a very complicated issue. And, my goal is, or at least I would hope, that we would look at this from a lens of how do we impact those bad actors without punishing those who actually do the right thing in this community. And this approach does, at least in my opinion, sets up a potential conflict where providers who are doing good and are following the rules to be penalized with the way that they are treating their patients and residents, whatever the term we want to use. And so I hope we can find a different path, alternative path, and hope the sponsor, as we get into the amendments, would be open to some of those, because I think I think we're moving the needle in a good direction that helps those who are the vulnerable folks that live in this county. And so with that said, go ahead. I saw the red light.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to reiterate a comment that I made during our work session for the public. So I know we've had a lot of discussion about, is this appropriate for this section of the code? Is it not? The zoning code is the only place that we define uses. And I think trying to compare this very unique circumstance and how we allow for recovery residents, group homes in our county, you just can't compare to other businesses. They're just that's an apple and orange comparison for me. And I just want to say that for the record.
All right, we will now open the public. Oh, I'm sorry.
So just real quickly, I did not vote to limit debate because I have been on the other side and know how carefully people craft their testimony to fit into 2 minutes. But as we look around the room, I will agree with Mr. Volke that we have a lot of people that want to speak. So if you can shorten in any way, that will give us a chance to make sure we hear everybody and be able to have the debate that we have. But I don't want anyone not to be able to share their story, but do keep that in mind because we do want to hear from everyone if we can.
If I may, as somebody who's at the table testifying a lot, me too or ditto often is a great thing to say.
Thank you. We will now open the public hearing on bill number 5523. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
We did, Mr. Chair. We actually, and members of the council, we received 24 submissions through our online testimony tool. Everyone here did get a copy. It's included in the summary that's posted online, and it will be added to the record. There were some letters that were also emailed, and those were shared with everyone as well.
We do have a number of folks that are signed up, at least 39, 40. So you do the math on 2 minutes, plus folks that have not signed up who are and will like to speak at the end of this. So 8:29, so let's get ready to go. We got this. I'm going to call up, I got an order here that I'm going to call from Ms. Brenda. I'm going to call, how many chairs up there? Six. Ms. Brenda Gardner, James Stevens, Chris Kaufman, Alexandra Kaufman. Brenda Fraley. Oh, you're Gardner and Fraley? You're Brenda Gardner? Okay. All right. Lucas Casa. And Nick Albaugh, Albaugh. We'll start off with Brenda. Can you turn your mic on?
Start over? Now can you hear me?
There you go.
Oh, there we are. I'm sorry. My name is Brenda Fraley Garver. I'm the owner and operator of Permit Services Incorporated. My work for the past 37 years consists of expediting commercial and residential building permits throughout the state of Maryland, Delaware, and Virginia, as well as consulting on current zoning codes. I have sat in this room since 1985 engaging with zoning hearing officers and administrative hearing officers as well. I'm speaking tonight against Bill 5523. As I sent an email earlier to all the members of the County Council in reference to my concerns, I do want to state again the reasoning behind my decision to oppose this bill. If any of the County Council members has had experience in addiction, then you will understand the strict parameters that this bill leads to. I've had many family members use Anne Arundel County Pathways programs, group homes, recovery, and sober living houses, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to provide this testimony. Article 15, Title 3. I'm very supportive of our current fire code meeting and meeting the 2018 IRC. All new residential single-family dwellings having fire suppression. I will encourage the county fire chief to have yearly inspections deemed necessary by the county and/or the state of Maryland. Article 18, Zoning, Title 1. Affiliate clause, the restriction of ownerships of two legal operating companies. As previously stated, I own a permit service and consult with clients on zoning codes. I also am a partnership in a woman-owned minority business. What is the reason for the affiliate restriction of the ownership is a part of a bill presented to the County Council, would add insult to injury in this bill if it was passed by interrupting the affiliate clause due to separate ownerships and would mean that the patient will not be able to receive the next level of care needed. That puts the patient's treatment at high risk. Moving the patient to another treatment facility not owned by the same operator, then the application, process, and assessment starts from the beginning and could cost lives. These recovery houses are a need, not a want. Anne Arundel County cannot support this addiction alone and even provides funding for these homes. Drug addiction hits everyone. It does not just pick the poor or the homeless. So many families in this county pray for their children's recovery. My uncle buried all three of his sons due to drug addiction.
Thank you.
Most parents just want to make sure to keep them.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Ms. Brenda. Ms. James Stevenson.
It work? Okay. Thank you, Council Chairman and Council. My name is James Stevenson, Bowie, Maryland. I am here to support amended Bill 5523. I'm a Maryland licensed substance use disorder counselor, also certified anger management counselor. I have over 10 years professional counseling experience here in Anne Arundel County. I'm also a U.S. combat veteran, having served in the Vietnam War with the 101st Airborne and the 75th Rangers. I also worked with combat veterans in the past who have returned from combat tours struggling with addiction and PTSD. In recent years, I have interacted with substance abuse and addiction clients who have expressed disappointment and dissatisfaction with their inpatient recovering house experiences. I have heard firsthand reports of what was portrayed as substandard living conditions, as well as unfair restrictions and conditional housing requirements. My hope is that this bill will expand access to recovering housing improve the quality of the housing, and encourage compliance with appropriate levels of care. This, at least, I hope, a first step in the right direction. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Chris Kaufman.
Chris Kaufman, Glen Burnie. First off, I'd like to thank the council and appreciate the opportunity to address the committee on Bill 5523. During the work session on July 11th, Mr. Volke stated that there are two buckets being addressed: the type of services a treatment provider can provide, and fire and life safety measures. Isn't it interesting how the discussion on Wednesday took many different directions and how many questions remained unanswered? I'd like to ask one question, which has already been raised. Is it appropriate for the county to get involved with behavioral health regarding the operations of treatment providers if you were not involved in the first place? If you believe that there are issues with the treatment system in place, then why not address them with the regulatory and oversight agencies that established and oversees and certifies those systems? I find this bill is trying to address too many topics at the same time, which dilutes the specific purposes of this bill, its necessity in the field, and its ultimate outcome. Most importantly, I have not heard how it will actually help those who are seeking treatment. This bill has caused discord among treatment providers and has caused strained relationships simply because there are so many different facets and insufficient clarity with the wording and intent of this bill. It was Chair Pete Smith who said it best during the work session. In Anne Arundel County, we have been successful in our efforts to reduce the number of deaths and overdoses. We should not complicate this matter further if this is the case. As drafted, the legislation is too entangled in too many agendas based on interpretations and is at best messy. I am unable to support a bill that is so convoluted when lives are at stake. It is time for Anne Arundel County to get back to saving lives. Please accept my sincere thanks for your time.
Ms. Alexandra Kaufman.
Good evening. My name is Alex Kaufman, a resident of Glen Burnie. I work in the treatment in Anne Arundel County, helping individuals in need of support every day. If this bill was in effect when I got clean, this may have hindered my recovery process and may have had adverse consequences. I began my journey at Chrysalis House in 2016 as a client in their 3.3 program. Upon completion of my treatment program, Chrysalis House offered me the opportunity to step down into their outpatient program while being able to still reside on site at their facility. After completing their outpatient program, I was offered the opportunity to manage one of the recovery houses for women and children off-site. Having the ability to step down from the same treatment provider allowed me to maintain those established connections while remaining in a familiar, safe, and secure family-type environment, which was crucial early in recovery. Based on my own experience, I cannot support the elimination of continued care with the same provider, which Bill 5523 proposes. As a provider in this field, I can attest that there is a great need for treatment that exceeds the number of resources currently available in the county. It is essential to have access to any available residents. This bill is designed to limit our ability to provide assistance and resources to those in need. This would represent a significant setback in our efforts to combat substance abuse in Anne Arundel County. If this legislation were to pass, we would be doing a disservice to our clients as well as the community, which is the same community we're trying to help. Our focus should instead be on ensuring that all individuals who need assistance have access to the necessary services. We need to invest in solutions that will help people in need, not limit them. Only through this approach can we continue to make a significant impact in our community. Can you please explain why the county is trying to fix something that is not broken? Thank you sincerely.
Ms. Lucas, Mr. Casa. So, Mr. Casa.
Good evening,
So,
Chair.
just a point of order for those that are in support of the bill. I would encourage you to either stay standing or please be seated. Maybe pick a handful of folks so that we can have less disruption and actually get through the process. So that's all. Mr. Casa.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the council. My name is Luke Casa, and I'm providing testimony on behalf of Evolve Life Centers. To support my testimony and professional opinion, I will state my qualifications, that I am both a certified associate alcohol and drug counselor and a licensed master social worker. I currently serve as the lead intake clinician at Evolve Life Centers and am responsible for conducting many of our intake assessments. At Evolve, all of our clients enter through our standalone admissions hub, where clients complete 2 assessments before they actually are being admitted into our care. One of the assessments is a complete psychiatric evaluation, and the other assessment is a complete biopsychosocial assessment conducted by a certified or licensed substance abuse counselor. The final recommendation for which level of care that the counselor makes is based on the 6 key dimensions of the ASAM placement criteria. Within each of the 6 dimensions, there are a multitude of complex variables and factors for the assessing counselor to consider. Greater detail on these factors can be found in the 555 pages of the ASAM criteria textbook. It should be noted that at Evolve, many of the individuals that are assessed by our admissions hub receive a recommendation for a lower level of care than originally desired or requested by an outside stakeholder in the client's life, and some receive no recommendations for treatment at all. In our admissions hub, we approach intake and assessment through the lens of the practice of medicine. We consider substance abuse treatment to be an arm of psychiatry and psychiatry to be an arm of medicine, and therefore we are medicine. We operate from a belief that assessment is the most advanced skill in medicine, and the sense that the initial assessment dictates all following treatment plans and finally treatment outcomes. To confound treatment recommendations with ownership rules and zoning codes is unreasonable and unfair to both clients and clinicians, and therefore I oppose Bill 5523 with its current amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nick Albaugh.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the council. I just shared with you all recovery house analysis. What I do ask you to do is go to the last page just for time. We wanted to give real facts. Since our inception, Evolve Life Centers has served over 1,339 recovery house guests. 502 of those were before Evolve Life Centers became licensed or provided any outpatient services here in Anne Arundel County. The community recognizes our value. 88% of our clients come from other local area treatment centers. Only 12% of our recovery house residents have been referred from any of our higher levels of care. Our guests stay with us after treatment. 318 of the 595 individuals that were served in recovery housing while receiving outpatient services stayed on average 5.7 months after the conclusion of their treatment. Now, outside of that, I appreciate the Baltimore Sun article regarding Michael Pitts. One thing that I don't think the council or anyone else has discussed is Anne Arundel County is not just made up of Medicaid recipients. Although the state does have an issue with Medicaid fraud or Medicaid incentives, whatever they call it, private insurance will not authorize more than 45 days of residential treatment. PHP and IOP with community housing was developed specifically for individuals who needed more after residential treatment. Anne Arundel County is not made up of only Medicaid recipients. You will take away a vital service from a large percentage of your population, and that hasn't been discussed once. The LBHA and the state not having any idea or discussing that, I do not support Bill 5523. Thank you.
Thank you. Please return to your seat. We will now hear from Craig Lippens, Jack Matthews, Charles Chapman, Jamie Miller, Jen Turk, and Jesse Costley. Is there Craig Lippens?
Lippens told me before the meeting that he had a family emergency. He asked that I would step in his place. My name is Brian McCall, if that's okay with the council.
Yep.
I'm going
Go
now?
ahead. Yep.
All right. So I just wanted to bring to the attention of the
Please
council.
state your name and address for the
My
record.
name is Brian McCall. My address is 754 Mulligan Lane, Westminster, Maryland, 21158. All right. The ASAM revisions that are coming out in November of 2023 include level 2.5. It recommends sober living or recovery residence if ASAM's dimension 6. The social environment is required for their social living. And I feel like if this bill changes beforehand, ASAM, which is, I can't remember what it stands for, addiction medic, something. It's the national thing that oversees treatment centers and the levels of care and stuff like that. Drawing a blank. Anyways, that it recommends recovery housing and sober living with that level of care if Dimension 6 meets the requirements. So to change this beforehand when the national thing that oversees the levels of care for treatment is about to change, it's already passed, it's just taking place in November, it doesn't make sense. I feel like I'm gonna stutter some more, so I'll just pass on the rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles Chapman.
Charles Chapman, 7723 William Street, Pasadena, Maryland. I also want to thank the chair, vice chair, and the time being here. I'm a veteran of a foreign war. I served in the Gulf War. At the age of 22, I was a highly trained avionics technician working on multi-million-dollar aircraft in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia. At the age of 23, I was in my first treatment center after being honorably discharged from the service, which led to the age of 31 when I was 148 pounds, bankrupt in every facet of the word, spiritually, emotionally, and financially. I speak to that to talk about, yesterday I celebrated 19 years clean, and I feel like, there's nothing I'm more passionate about in this life. I've been blessed to experience this change in my life and the impact that I've seen come from it. I'm now a business owner in Anne Arundel County. I'm a resident of Anne Arundel County. I've raised a family in Anne Arundel County. And all that's been possible because I'm a veteran. I got clean through the VA, which they had the Cadillac service. I went, I was able to check myself in. They put me in inpatient treatment. It was about 3 months I was inpatient treatment. They had a recovery house for me to go to. I learned life skills and I became part of the community again. I speak to that as I feel like the current, that is the model for success of a recovery addict, of a recovering addict. It's one-stop shop. When I was 31 years old and incapable of feeding myself, working a job, barely being able to brush my teeth on a daily basis, I was incapable of walking into a facility, staying there for 7 days, finding another facility, staying there for a month, finding another facility, and move on. What I'm speaking to real quickly is the continuity of care and the community that is needed for the nurturing effect that it takes for a person to be successful.
Congrats on your anniversary. What service?
Air Force, United States Air Force.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And Jamie Miller.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Jamie Miller, and I'm a licensed social worker in the state of Maryland, a county resident, and a person in long-term recovery. For more than a decade, I've had the privilege to work in the substance abuse and mental health treatment field here in Anne Arundel County, working for agencies such as the Health Department, Ordinance Road Correctional Facility, as well as Anne Arundel County Crisis Response. During this time, I've seen the devastation that the opioid epidemic has caused here in our community. But I've also seen our local government, community providers, and treatment providers come together to create solutions in times of need. Such as in 2017, when we saw the height of the opioid epidemic in our county, and programs such as safe stations, county stabilization centers were put into place to help individuals suffering with addiction in our community to get immediate access to treatment. With the implementation of these programs, as well as community treatment providers coming up with creative ways to expand the continuum of care and offer more services, in the last 2 years, we've seen our fatal opiate death numbers drop. As of today, there have been 53 fatal overdoses, which is a 13.1% decrease from this time last year. There have also only been 251 safe stations assessment completed this year as compared to 521 last year. I'm not sure if these things are just a coincidence, but having more options for individuals seeking treatment means that our county resources can be used for other emergencies. With having programs implemented by community treatment providers, we're saving our taxpayers dollars. If we pass this bill and we begin to see our crisis reemerge as we did in 2017 when we lost 214 people to the opioid epidemic, where will the money come from to provide more resources? Where will we have money to spend? Will we have millions of dollars to spend on shelters, stabilization centers, more mobile crisis teams, more CIT teams, and taking more fire stations out of service when safe stations are called? Or will our taxpayers pay with the lives of their loved ones suffering with addiction when we remove the resources we have in place?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jen Turk? Is there a Jen Turk here? Okay. Jesse Costley?
Hello. I am a mother who lost her daughter 2 years ago while waiting for a bed to become available. She died on Sunday and got the call on Monday that there was a bed available for her. I do not support this bill by any means. I wouldn't wish this type of pain on anyone. There's just got to be more care for folks that need help. So please do not pass this bill. Thank you.
Right, sorry, ma'am. Please be seated for those at the table. I'll call up the next group. Michael Bowen. Teresa Schaefer. Randy Carnes, C-A-R-N-E-S. Matthew Paris. Basile Farrell. Jessica Klein. All right, so we'll start with Michael Bowen.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, fellow members of the council. I'm here tonight to speak specifically on the aspect that Mrs. Pickard brought to everyone's attention about the levels of care not being continuous. I struggled in active addiction for a very long time. From 2014 until 2021, I was in and out of treatment center after treatment center, recovery house after recovery house, only to continue the cycle of continuing to hurt my family one more time, to continue to get the same question asked, why again? What happened again? It wasn't until 2021 when I was introduced to a program that offered me the continuous levels of care that I needed. Within that treatment center, and I share about it all the time in my personal recovery, that the thing I'm most grateful for today is the relationships I have in my life. By being in a treatment center that allowed me to step down, step by step, I was able to maintain those relationships as I progressed. The treatment aspect taught me about recovery. The recovery house aspect taught me how to live. Today, I'm a homeowner in Arundel County, 133 Thomas Road, Glen Burnie, Maryland. And to me, that holds enough weight itself. I didn't know how to live. As we sit here tonight, we talk a lot about zoning and codes. Today, I'm a productive member of society, and I'm able to serve the community in my job by rebuilding homes that people lose during fires. One of the biggest struggles that I go through in my job on a daily basis is dealing with simple stair code to be able to build people's houses back that they lost. The stair code is so specific for a reason. So as people are coming down the stairs, step by step, they don't fall and get hurt. I'd like to see this bill not be passed to not affect the stair code of recovery.
Thank you. Ms. Teresa Schaefer.
Good evening, Chairman, Vice Chair, and council members. This is going to be hard for me. I am Michael's mother. I live at 237 Carroll Road. I've lost a grandson to overdose. My son overdosed. Thankfully, he survived, but only through the program that has been set up at Evolve Life Centers. As he explained, it taught him how to recover step by step, because 30 days in a rehab doesn't do it. I just can't explain riding by the fire department every week when I drop my grandson off at school and looking at the numbers of overdoses and deaths because of this epidemic. And my grandson gets upset when the numbers go up. I ask that this bill not be passed because they need the steps to take to become productive members of our society and become the people that they were when they were born. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. It's Randy Carnes.
Oh, gosh. Goodness gracious. This is awkward. Okay. Hi, my name is Randy Carnes. I'm a lifelong Pasadena resident. I am also a bubbling mess because this is really important to me. So here I go. I'm a mother, and I'm a partner, and I'm a woman in long-term recovery. 10 years ago, I found myself pregnant while in a maintenance program. I called my mother, and she said that we could get through anything together. Shortly after that conversation, my mother suffered a stroke, and she died while I was pregnant with my son. I was left without any family, any support, and anybody to teach me how to go further while I was living and worrying about what my next step would be. Not knowing what to do, I took the suggestions from my counselor when I entered into a 3.7 inpatient program in Pathways in Annapolis, Maryland. Medicaid would only cover less than 2 weeks of treatment, even though I had never utilized insurance for this before. My counselor sent me with their PHP program, which I attended while I lived in a recovery house concurrently, which was also in Annapolis, which they provided transportation each day. While I was attending PHP during the day, residents of other Annapolis recovery homes were required to leave that house between 9 and 4. Thankfully, I didn't have to do that because my time was spoken for in a healthy way. Following PHP, I completed their IOP and then their continuing care, all the while living in a recovery home and attending meetings regularly. Had I not been afforded the ability to participate in the continuum of care, I cannot openly say to you today that I wouldn't have the life that I have today. When my father died of an overdose, there weren't any options for him for recovery or step down or any place else to go. It was him in a hotel room by himself. I get to advocate today for the dignity and worth of people like myself and the countless others who deserve to live today. I'm a mother, I'm getting married in 50 days, and I'm a social worker. The majority of people that this bill will affect weren't even made aware of its conception and have no say in their future treatment. I believe that my life could have ended 7 years ago if this care wasn't in place, and I wouldn't have the opportunity to be here with you tonight rather than reading my son a good night story when he texted me and said he misses mommy very much tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew Paris.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Council. My name is Matt Paris, and I'm a resident of Frederick County. However, I've been a person in long-term recovery participating in Anne Arundel County for the last 11 years. I've worked at Elevate Recovery Centers located at 7476 Baltimore-Annapolis Boulevard for the last 2 years. I am here to oppose Bill 5523 for the simple fact that it will cause more harm than good to the recovery community. Having never been a resident in this county, yet participating in the recovery here should speak volumes. This county has greatly struggled with substance use disorder and mental health for a long time. It has been fortunate to have some great providers who serve its community. With these strong treatment providers helping people stay clean, it creates a need for recovery housing. The many friends I've seen get and stay clean in this county are truly a miracle. As you can see, the overdose rate, although has gone down since 2021, it still has a huge concern. People are dying. If my friends in this community did not have access to the many recovery houses that would be affected by this bill, they may not be here today. These are productive members of society, including business owners, taxpayers, civil service workers, who help giving back to this very community. More importantly to me, my wife is a direct result of the recovery houses in this community. She has struggled with substance use disorder and mental health for over 15 years. She has been scholarshiped to the finest treatment centers this country has to offer and seen some of the worst run programs in the state. She went through a treatment program in Anne Arundel County, and once she completed, was referred to a safe, faith-based recovery house. This recovery house had more than 8 people living in it, and she was given the last extra bed they had. My wife has overdosed more times than I can count and has exhausted all of her resources over the last 15 years, just trying to find the right way to stop using and find recovery. This house gave her that opportunity. This bill would affect this very house and many like it who cannot afford $60,000 to $80,000 to install fire suppression. My wife was not offered this opportunity. If my wife was not offered this opportunity, she would not be with us today. She would not have given me our 3 beautiful children we have today. She would not have the 15 months clean she has today, and I would not be the man I am today. This bill is more than just attacking PHP with a pillow. This bill will, in fact, kill the very people it's claiming to protect.
Thank you. Mr. Basil?
Chair Pickering and members of the Anne Arundel County Council, my name is Basil Farrow. I am the co-founder of Elevate Recovery Centers located in Glen Burnie. I'm also a person in long-term recovery. I believe I was given the gift of recovery to help others, and I've dedicated my life to helping those struggling with addiction. My business plan was based off of the overdose rates in Anne Arundel County. Year over year, I saw the high overdose rate in North County, Glen Burnie and Brooklyn Park specifically. At the time, there were only 2 treatment providers that offered outpatient care and only had the bandwidth to serve a limited number of people. Elevate Recovery Centers opened on July 1st, 2020, and began delivering partial hospitalization, or PHP services, in June of 2021, which was roughly 2 years ago. We have served over 1,300 PHP clients to date. We utilize a housing component with most clients in PHP that provides them with a safe recovery residence in conjunction with substance use and mental health services. Every client that comes through our door is clinically assessed by licensed professionals and placed in a level of care based off of ASAM criteria. Anne Arundel County has had the greatest decline in overdoses it has seen in 9 years. I can say with all confidence, we played a part in the significant decline in the overdose rate. Seeing our alumni smiling, be reunited with their families, celebrating clean time, coming back to work for us, and not becoming a number on the overdose rate has led me to a place where I feel like I have become an asset to those struggling, and now I have an obligation. If Bill 5523 becomes law, we will have to stop delivering that service that we have made so readily available and that has helped so many people of this county. Anne Arundel County would benefit from more expanded services that we offer instead of hindering them. I respectfully urge the council to oppose Bill 5523. Thank you.
Jessica Klein?
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the council. My name is Jessica Klein. I'm a person in long-term recovery. I'm also a licensed practical nurse.
Can you speak closer to the mic? Thank you.
My name is Jessica Klein, and I am a person in long-term recovery. I'm also a licensed practical nurse, and I obtained my nursing license when I was 18 years old. Back in 2018, I actually stopped working as a nurse because of my addiction. In 2020, I was arrested, and that was in January. And in April, I went into a recovery house, I went into a recovery program in Anne Arundel County, and it was a 3.1 program. I completed that program successfully and went into a recovery house at that time and ended up staying in that house for 2 years, becoming a house manager there. I moved out of that house and worked in recovery for a while and got, at that time, my nursing license back. And through some events that have happened in my life, ended up living in my car after moving out of the recovery house with my nursing license. But from what I've gained back in my life, I never picked back up. I never started using again. And I knew I still needed the stability of the recovery houses back. because I was afraid I was going to use. So I knew who to call. And I made that phone call. And there was no hesitation to get me back into a safe place. And that's where I'm at now. And currently I'm volunteering as a nurse for a summer camp where I used to work before my addiction took hold of me. And they afforded me the opportunity to come and speak with you tonight.
Thank you.
So,
all right. This panel, please be seated. I'll bring forward next Evan Albrecht. Teresa Hessler. George Granger. George Snyder. Vincent, is that Dantone, D-A-N-T-O-N-E? Sure. Nicholas Acosta. Are any of the Georges at that table? Are there any Georges? I don't see them. There was a George Granger and Snyder. Okay, taking you off. Is that Truey Highland, H-E-I-L-A-N-D? And Jared Vault, V-O-G-T? All right, so we'll start with Evan Albrecht.
All right. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Council. My name is Evan Albrecht. I'm 27 years old, and I'm a person in long-term recovery. My addiction started when I was 18 years old and continued every day for 9 years. I've been abstinent from drug and alcohol use for 9 months and 3 days. I oppose Bill 5523 because I strongly believe all levels of care need to exist for those that may need them. The primary reason I came from Virginia to Anne Arundel County was due to this county's unrestricted access to substance abuse treatment services in conjunction with intensive outpatient services and long-term recovery housing. I firmly believe that if any of these steps were interrupted or unavailable, I would not be able to speak with you tonight. My recovery journey started in residential programs in Virginia, where I was unable to stay clean and did not have access to fundamental resources like I do here in Anne Arundel County. I started my journey in Anne Arundel County on October 14, 2022 by entering a residential crisis center with withdrawal management. On October 17, 2022, I was admitted to a PHP program and completed a 28-day stay, graduating on November 14, 2022. Through my PHP program, I was provided invaluable resources which helped me set up intensive outpatient treatment and find local recovery housing. Thankfully, I was able to stay in recovery housing located in Anne Arundel County. I still reside in that recovery housing today. Thankfully, my time in recovery housing local to my treatment center has provided me the opportunity to create and solidify a foundation in preparation for long-term recovery. If any single part of my treatment were different, I could not say whether or not I would be sitting here today. Bill 5523's definition of recovery will disrupt countless other pathways to long-term recovery. Please consider the life-altering repercussions this bill will have. Thank you for your time tonight and for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Teresa?
Vice Chair and members of the Council. My name is Teresa Hessler, and I'm the Executive Director of the Recovery Housing and Treatment Centers Coalition of Maryland. I am here representing a number of recovering housing members who operate in Anne Arundel County and throughout the state. You likely saw or met many of the members and those they serve this evening as they came together to express their opposition to Bill 5523. They took the time this evening to show up because they are concerned that this bill will have a detrimental impact on the recovery community, including those vulnerable populations who utilize them and those who operate them. I planned on showing this giant stack of letters in opposition, but I think tonight the room speaks for itself. The community came out. While we appreciate the stakeholders and the council efforts getting to this point, we respectfully request that you oppose 5523 and support Vice Chair Pickard's Bill 6123. We believe her bill is the better path forward while not putting at jeopardy the well-being of so many. We have heard for weeks that a recovery residence won't have to close because it would simply transition into a group home. I would like to turn your attention now to what would cost an owner of a recovery residence to simply convert their property into a group home. And this is an actual cost based on one of our members in Anne Arundel County who just went through this. Permit and plans, $12,000. Engineering, parking, $5,200. ADA compliance for just bathrooms and lifts, $20,000. Commercial fire sprinklers, $20,000. Commercial fire alarm and carbon monoxide detectors, $2,500. ADA compliance upgrades to parking spaces, $6,500. Drywall and paint repair after installing those said features, $5,000. This is based on a standard house just a few hundred square feet above the average size home in Anne Arundel County. Equivalent dwelling unit changes for 16 people, $88,000. Commercial alarm system, 16, more and more. Total cost, a very costly $180,000. Could this member
Please
make
summarize.
it work? Barely. Could anybody else? Who knows? Please oppose this bill. Thank you.
Vincent Dantone?
Good evening. My name is Vincent Dantone. I'm 70 years old and I am an alcoholic. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council tonight. And I am here to voice my opposition to Bill 5523. Excuse me. On June 12th, 2023, I left a 30-day PHP addiction treatment run by the Elevate Recovery Center in Glen Burnie. I am currently in their intensive outpatient program, or IOP. I went to their center on May 1st as a result of my 6th alcoholic relapse since 2013. My wife stating that in order to return home, I go into treatment. I was hospitalized for 1 week of necessary detox treatment starting on May 5th after falling down a flight of 17 hardwood stairs. I entered the PHP program for my first time on May 12th. I resided at one of Elevate's recovery residences during my treatment, and in those 30 days, I participated in group therapy, individual counseling, and weekly meetings with my mental health therapist at the recovery center. And you may not be aware of this, but that group therapy continued every evening and weekend at the recovery residence as well. As a result, not a day went by in those 30 days when I did not benefit from the entire PHP treatment program. In my opinion, to prohibit a treatment center to own and operate recovery residences will seriously impact the effect of such a comprehensive and effective treatment program. The interaction between all the occupants of a treatment center's recovery residence also benefits the recovery addict, be their addiction alcohol or a controlled substance. Residing in a recovery home, we are away from our substances, away from the environments which may have triggered our use, and away from our cell phones and the internet social media sites. Another of the benefits living together with our fellow addicts is that it enables us to talk and to share our experiences, strengths, and hopes with each other. This is just one way that allows us to get out of ourselves and develop another of the necessary skills to deal with life in this outside world. So I ask all members of this distinguished council to take this into consideration and look deep within yourselves and vote against the proposed bill.
Thank you. Mr. Nicholas Acosta?
Chair, I brought some notes from the fourth edition of ASAM, if I could just maybe bring them up and pass them around. And I respectfully ask if we could restart the clock, please. I'll just go ahead and get started. Good evening, Vice Chair and members of the Council. My name is Nicholas Acosta. I'm a managing partner for Elevate Recovery Centers, an outpatient substance use treatment provider, and Living Changes, a certified recovery residence organization. Both organizations are owned and operated in Anne Arundel County. I am a resident of Anne Arundel County and a person in long-term recovery. I'm here this evening in opposition to 5523 due to the detrimental impact it would have on the continuum of care in the recovery community. I would like to clarify the relationship between PHP services and housing and how they go hand in hand on a successful path to recovery in the continuum of care. American Society of Addiction Medicine, also known as ASAM, developed a set of criteria that treatment providers can use in the assessment of a person to help determine the most appropriate level of care. PHP, or partial hospitalization, is ASAM level 2.5 and currently the most intensive level of outpatient treatment in the drafted 4th edition of the ASAM criteria. ASAM recognizes the need for safe and supportive housing while individuals are receiving outpatient care for substance use disorders. In fact, the drafted 4th edition of ASAM criteria includes specific criteria for all outpatient levels of care plus a recovery residence. When an individual in PHP needs safe and supportive housing, they are offered the option to stay in Living Changes recovery residence. While in PHP, individuals work with our case management team to ensure a smooth and a safe transition to a lower level of care and housing conducive to continued recovery. It is amoral to think of kicking someone to the curb because we got all the money out of them we could. On the contrary, if a client's aftercare destination is not available at the time of their planned discharge, we extend the client's stay with no costs incurred to insurance or to the individual. Elevate Recovery Centers have provided PHP services to over 1,300 individuals since opening in June 2021. PHP is a major part of the continued number of drop in Anne Arundel County dealing with overdoses and fatal overdoses, whether the council believes so or not. I respectfully urge the council to oppose Bill 5523. Thank you.
Is that Troy Highland?
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Council. My name is Troy Highland. I'm a person in long-term recovery, and I've been abstinent from drug use for over 16 months. I oppose Bill 5523 because I strongly believe all levels of care need to exist for everybody that may need them. Receiving treatment services in conjunction with recovery housing, unrestricted access to all levels of care, and a continuum of treatment and recovery housing is absolutely necessary in our county. Let me allow you to walk you through my process. I stepped through different levels of care, and I firmly believe that if any of these were interrupted and unavailable at the time, I wouldn't be standing before you today. I first started my journey when I was arrested in York County on January 21st of 2022, where I spent 90 days in York County prison. Yes, I was abstinent from drugs. However, this is an addiction a disease that I've been battling for years, so I knew that I needed another level of care. I was not required to go in anywhere. I chose myself to go into Elevate's PHP program, which I entered on April 25th of 2022. After completing their program, I transitioned. After completing the program, I went into a recovery house on May 17th of 2022, where I then also, transitioned into IOP program. Through the IOP program, I then graduated to OP, and then from OP, I went into aftercare. All of this links to the other. I needed every step of that treatment to get where I'm standing before you today. What seems simple to some is not simple to an addict like me. I was unable to know how to live and function like a quote-unquote normal human being. I needed that in the PHP process. Cooking my own food, being responsible for my laundry, or everyday things with living, I as an addict had to learn to do all over again because I had been distanced from it from so long. So without having that in the PHP program, which also put me in a house with women, prepared me to go into living in a recovery house. So with that, I ask you to please oppose. I oppose Bill 5523.
Is that Jarrett?
Good evening, Council. I had something written, but I'm not going to go off of that. My name is Jared Vogt. I'm an Anne Arundel County resident. I have a degree from the University of Maryland and 20-year career in finance. And 9 months ago, I was sleeping behind a dumpster in Anne Arundel County. And I didn't have any place to go. 9 months to today, I run a sober living facility for Nick, and In my opinion, you can pack it to the ceiling in that house, because everybody that comes in there gets love and gets attention and gets what they need after PHP. I don't know the details of the bill specifically, but it sounds to me it's based on safety of these houses, the condition of these houses. I mean, what's more dangerous? Like leaving people to sleep on the street or having a place for them to go, whether it's crowded or it's not crowded. You know, that's safe. That's a safe environment for them. That's all I have.
Thank you. I think that was all of you, correct? Yes. All right, go ahead and please return to your seat. I'll call up the next batch. Thomas Howe. Sir Thomas Howe. Oh. Samantha Sweeney. Rodney Porter. Richard Rollins. Catherine Burns. Sir Catherine Burns. Scott Murphy. Sir Scott Murphy. Okay. Kelsey Granger. Tom, is it Neidert? N-E-I-D-E-R-T? Can you please come forward now, though? Where you at? Where's Tom? Can you come? Okay. Please hold it. Your comments. Ms. Sarah Burden. Gregory Snyder. Or Greg Snyder. Is that? Oh. And Vincent. Actually, you already came forward. Okay, that's the last of the sign up, folks. Samantha Sweeney.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Council. My name is Samantha Sweeney, and I am a person in long-term recovery, and I have been abstinent from drug use for 13 months. My addiction began when I was 19 years old, and after I began abusing drugs and alcohol, I continued using for 10 years until I was 29. I oppose Bill 5523 because I strongly believe all levels of care need to exist for everybody that may need them. Receiving treatment services in conjunction with recovery housing, unrestricted access to all levels of care in the continuum of treatment and recovery housing is absolutely necessary in our county. So allow me to walk you through my process with a detailed timeline of how I stepped through separate levels of care. I firmly believe if any one of these steps were interrupted and unavailable, I wouldn't be breathing and standing in front of you today. I was homeless, trying to escape an abusive relationship and unable to stop abusing drugs before I started my journey. I started my journey by first entering a PHP program on 4/19/22. I had no insurance and had nowhere to go. This program provided a scholarship so that I could attend the PHP program. I completed the PHP program on 6/10/22. I then entered IOP on 6/18/22 and completed IOP on 9/20/22. I began OP on 9/24/22 and graduated on 1/18/23. I resided in a recovery residence in Anne Arundel County throughout the entire continuum detailed above and up to moving into my own apartment in May 2023. Since I was able to stay in recovery housing after treatment, I was able to solidify my foundation to make sure I was prepared for a life in recovery on my own. If any single part of my treatment path was different, I couldn't guarantee I would be standing here today. If the definition of recovery residences is not changed from this bill's definition, it will disrupt countless other pathways to long-term recovery and overdoses will rise. Please reconsider the repercussions this bill will carry because lives are at stake.
Thank you. Rodney Porter.
Good evening. My name is Rodney Porter. I reside in Brooklyn Park, Maryland. I'm just going off the top of head because I ain't write nothing. I figured this would come right from my heart. But the recovery around here is amazing, man. Like the programs that they have and stuff, it's changed my life. Like I was in Jennifer Road, got out, went into a recovery house setting and stuff, and it showed me how to live again. You know what I mean? Like being an adult. Before I was jobless, running the streets, selling drugs, doing all that type of things. Now I got a job. I got a good career. I got an HVAC job now. I got my license back. I'm building my relationship back with my son and my family. Like I lived out in Allegheny County for some years, and they don't have what we have here in Anne Arundel County. I have people seeing all the stuff I'm doing in recovery around here, hitting me up like, man, I wish we had programs like that out there. They got like a 28-day program. You go in, and more than likely when you get out, first thing your mind's going to say is, oh, I want to go get one. And that's how it is with us. We're addicts, man, and it takes a little time for us to change our thought process. You know what I mean? So, like me going into the recovery house and stuff, I learned, like some other people talked about it, the laundry situations, cooking your own meals again, getting up and just making your bed on a regular and washing your face and brushing your teeth. When I was in active addiction, I didn't think about doing none of that stuff. My first, like, it didn't matter. Like, I just wanted that next one, man. The next one, the next one, the next one, to the point where I would do anything by all means to get that one, you know? And I kind of had resented myself. I hated who I became, you know? And this program I've lived today has really changed my thought process. I love the man that I am, you know what I mean? I'm a father to my son today. I'm a great son to my mother, you know? And I couldn't be happier. Like, I am totally against this bill, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Rollins.
My name is Richard Rowland. I'm a resident of the Anne Arundel County area and also in long-term recovery. I used drugs for about 10 years of my life until my parents passed away. I had nowhere to live anymore. I entered the IOP and OP service because somebody told me that it would help me get clean and better my life. I also entered a recovery house and lived there for 4 years. During my stay there, throughout the years, I became a house manager and was able to help other people that were struggling with addiction. There was no time limit on how long I could have a structured living environment to feel safe in. Today, I have a house of my own. I live there with my girlfriend and my daughter. If it was not for the recovery house, I do not believe I would be where I'm at. I opposed the bill because I want others to be able to get the same help that I did. I really cannot. So that's just what I typed up sitting in my seat, right? Because I did not write nothing. I just want to say that I used drugs for a really long time. I went to a 30-day inpatient place once, and I'm not saying nothing bad about it, but once I got out, I used again, right? It wasn't until I entered a recovery house and actually started going to meetings and meeting people that wanted to be clean also, that I really learned how to live again. I cannot really, explain how grateful that I am for the recovery house that I entered. Because if you look at my arms, I use drugs every day of my life. Bad, right? And the person that I am today, I have a daughter, I have, a vehicle, I have a bank account, and I did all of this about a week after my parents passed away because I had nowhere else to live, right? I mooched off of them, and when I entered the recovery house, I really wish that I would have went to one earlier than I did, and my mom could see me clean today. But that's all I got.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Burden.
Good evening, Chair, Co-Chair, and members of the council. I was here on July 3rd and witnessed something I struggled to get my head around with all the smoking mirrors. Councilwoman Hummer made a comment that if this bill were to pass, it would put as many as 50 licensed recovery residents out of business. Councilman Volke's response to that, in quotes, providers are not going to be put out of business. What they are going to be is no longer recovery residents. I have a standalone recovery residence business in Anne Arundel County that has served over 1,500 residents for the past 10 years. This bill will shut that company down because the owner of that business is me, Sarah Burden. Every council person was invited to come out and walk the properties and freely speak to the residents. I also offered to open my books and show the actual numbers and how it works. The only people that took me up on that offer thus far were Pete Smith and Allison Pickard. Does that sound like a company or an individual with a fraudulent enterprise? I work extremely hard to run an elite program that provides the best care possible for my clients. All of the levels of care have more than one credentialing and licensing body above them. CARF, MCOR, BHA, the state, Medicaid. We are put through yearly inspections, random audits, extensive surveys. If someone is doing something wrong, then this is where it should be handled. You would lose your license, be fined substantially, and can face up to 20 years in prison. This is how you stop fraud and bad practice, not in a county zoning bill. I'm a mother of 5, an entrepreneur, a loving and caring individual whose life mission is caring for others in need. Ask yourself, do you think I would risk 20 years of my life being involved in anything that was slightly resemble fraud? Thank you.
Mr. Snyder.
Council Chairman Smith, Vice Chairwoman Pickard, and members of the council, my name is Greg Snyder on behalf of the Arc Central Chesapeake region in opposition to the bill in its current form and in support of Councilwoman Pickard's amendments for this legislation. Councilwoman Pickard's amendment would alter the definitions of group homes to create a category for group homes for individuals with intellectual, developmental, or physical disabilities, and provides that the use of a single-family dwelling for those group homes is not a change in occupancy classification. For people with developmental disabilities, they are living in their permanent full-time homes. They have their own rooms that they decorate to their liking. They are not moving or in a temporary situation. Group homes for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities are typically small, usually 2 to 4 residents. It is our belief that we don't have fire inspections of other people's homes, so why should we have it for people with disabilities just because they live in a group home? People with IDD all have comprehensive safety plans that are put in place each year that can ensure that they can quickly evacuate their homes and have the appropriate number of staff to do so in case of emergency or fire. As I stated before, it is our belief that private nonprofit group homes should be exempt from any requirement that is not applied to private single-family dwellings as well. And I ask you to favorably vote on Councilwoman Pickard's amendments for this legislation.
Thank you. All right, this panel, please be seated. All right, for those that did not sign up in advance, please come forward at this time. We can take 6 members. All right, once we have 6, we'll call another one. We'll be here all night if we have to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. No, you can take a seat. It's not closed yet. We're going to start from my right to the left. Sir, please state your name and address for the record in 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Robert Miss. I currently reside in Anne Arundel County. Thank you, Council and Chairman, for giving me the opportunity to come up here and speak. And on my behalf, my recovery, to give you a brief summary, I was born an addict. My mother and father were heroin addicts. I grew up in a household full of substance abuse. I never, got any help. They never wanted to get any help. It was acceptable. It was something that, wasn't frowned upon. So, I had a lot of resentment towards my family and my mother and my father for that. And eventually, I just got curious. I wanted to know why and what made them do what they did to neglect me, to give me up, for me to have to grow up in foster homes, be on the streets. And I wound up using it to try to understand what it was that the drug did to people. And I went on many years suffering because of my addiction. I became addicted. I became an addict. But I didn't believe, honestly, that I had a problem, because they didn't never address it. It never was a problem to them. It wasn't a problem in my household. It wasn't like, I don't know how to explain it, but not until I came to one of my friends, someone that I trusted, that I knew, that I respected, and I asked him for help. He sits over here to my left. His name is Basil. He owns a treatment facility now, but he gave me some answers and guided me to PHP. And in that PHP program, I was able to obtain knowledge and understanding of what I was suffering from. And I also was able to get behavioral health treatment, mental health issues that I suffer from, ADHD, other things, and then go from there to IOP to a sober living house. And now because of that, I'm sober and.
Thank you. Thank you. Ma'am?
Hi, my name is. Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Christine Garner. I will have 4 months clean tomorrow. Lord willing, I live to see that day. My disease of addiction does not discriminate, but my recovery, I'm serious about my recovery, so I don't understand how this council, if possible, can discriminate against the disease of addiction when it comes to recovering addicts living in an environment which we're all helping each other. You understand? How can you say how many people can live here, live there, when you didn't have anything to do with it in the first place? No disrespect to nobody on this council at all. I'm just speaking from my heart and my mind. My brother, my oldest brother, passed away March 17th this year. Today, outside, waiting to come in here, just found out my baby brother was cut up, but with a machete. I'm still clean. I'm still recovering from much. I still suffer with a disease called addiction. Just like a cancer patient had to go get chemo. I still need recovery addicts to help me. And just being here, 2 people knew about it. 2 people I told about it. About my brother. Just being around a group of people who understand the disease of addiction helped me to say, okay, I can get through the rest of this night without making a conscious decision to pick up a drink or a drug, because I have a feelings disease that don't care at any moment how I feel, happy, sad, glad, or whatever. Yet at the same time, living in a community environment such as a recovery house, PHP recovery house.
Thank you.
It's just, it helps. So I'm against the bill, and I pray y'all are against it as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am?
Hi, my name is Patricia Crowley. I'm here to represent Grace House Recovery Services and Grace Recovery Services. First of all, I want to thank you all for allowing us to speak. I am a person in long-term recovery. I was homeless, jobless, all that. I found recovery and made it my life mission to give it back. Grace House has 220 total beds. 121 are state certified. We have 10 certified houses. 3 more of those houses are on the list in the process of getting certified. We have wraparound services. We have IOP, OP, and PHP. If this bill passes, Anne Arundel County just may lose 220 beds. That's 220 people that are no longer going to be able to live in recovery houses. I strongly oppose this bill. Like Sarah, we are MCOR certified, CARF certified, BHA certified. We've had 2 audits so far, and we just received a 3-year CARF accreditation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening all, my name is Bryce Hudak. I am a resident of Anne Arundel County. I'm also a licensed social worker. I'm the executive director of University Psychological Center Recovery Network, I'm also a professor at the University of Maryland. Been in the field now for 16 years, and I've watched the field evolve over the years to have different service lines that are covered and so forth. I'm here today in support of Bill 5523 for quite a few reasons. First and foremost, you guys have heard ASAM referenced quite a few times here tonight. I have no qualms with PHP or PHP in recovery residences. I want to make that known. Recovery residences, though, need to be operated in a safe and sound way, and that was the biggest reason as to why 5523 is being pushed forward here. It's also important to note that while people are in recovery housing and PHP programs, it's a violation of Stark law or anti-kickback laws to give free housing while people are in these types of levels of care. If they are operated completely autonomously and on their own, it's not an issue. But when we look at medical necessity is there to prevent fraud and abuse within our system. I've seen service lines go away over the years because of fraud and abuse. If we can control this in a way, I hope that PHP and other levels of care are still able to flourish within our continuum of care. It's important to note, though, again, that PHP is an outpatient level of care. The reimbursement for PHP is $293 a day, while residential providers are reimbursed anywhere between $160 and $190. So PHP programs have the money to support the costs that go into these recovery residences. It's important to note again that residential providers and other levels of care have stringent regulations in order to operate as a program within our service levels. PHPs and PHPs with a pillow, they do not have these same regulations. It's important, again, to separate these two things. If recovery residences are operating independently from PHP and it's not contingent to reside in those, as long as you're not in the PHP, that's great. But it's important, again, that we have clear and defined regulations to separate these so that we can have our patients recovering in a safe environment for all.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Justin Johnson. I'm here with Anne Arundel County. I live in Anne Arundel County. Want to say hi to the chairman, vice chairman, and council members. I'm here today on behalf of the hundreds of people that are in recovery. There are many blessings that have come from the process of treatment centers and sober houses alike. Without programs like those, I would not have had the courage to make the change in my life to do something different, to do what may have felt impossible, to gain the willingness to ask for help when I needed it the most. A second chance, a new way of life, a fresh start. The opiate epidemic does not discriminate on its victims. Social status, education, financial stability. When an ominous cycle of addiction hinders the mindset and willingness to do better and to be better, reality of addiction is that it is a disease and it can become fatal if not treated properly. Some people may never be cured from the effects that addiction causes on the mind, body, and spirit. We have come to realize that the best way to help one end addiction is to give them grace and have understanding to show them that it is possible to shake off the habits that have destroyed so many lives. That is why recovery houses are important for the healing process. No one is cured within 30 days. We need each other to show that living normal in a normal life and repairing the damage we can repair the damage that we have done, and it is possible. Building a network with others with the same mindset after an inpatient and during the long-term treatment is critical to our evolution of changing perspectives, lifestyles, and outcomes for the future. Sober houses and treatment centers are needed, and needed to the people that are in the house to network with each other so that they can continue to grow. The more recovery centers we put in this county and stay alone, the more we can fight the disease of addiction. Each level of care is necessary, and you do need to be able to step down from the same provider, if possible, from a PHP to an IOP to an OP. I do oppose the Bill 55-23. Together we can make things better. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir? There you go.
Good evening. David Dahl, 4115 Fairhaven Avenue, Baltimore. I guess, Nate, it's a bad night. It's funny, I've been listening to all the talk. I don't think anybody's addressed your original concerns an hour ago. I've actually learned more from the gentleman 2 seats down than I have from most people. I understand that everybody's on edge. This is a very emotional thing. But I think I see what you're trying to do with the bill. But perhaps instead of having 2 separate bills proposed by 2 different groups, maybe you guys could work together to, find a common solution instead of just proposing the Democrat version. But speaking of the Democrats, you guys have had a veto-proof majority of the state legislature for over half of a century. All of these people here who are suffering could have ended up in jail or probably did end up in jail at some time for their drug addiction. So instead of complaining about Nathan's bill here, maybe you should be talking to the people at the state level about why we've had all of these recreational drug prohibitions for decades that have overflowed our prisons and are destroying our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. You can all please return to your seat. All right, next 6. Yeah. We're going to start from the right, move to the left.
Hi, Tom Neidert, Pasadena, Maryland. So I was just listening to the guy, I guess 5 spots down, and he was referring to PHP with a pillow and incentivizing being fraudulent. Well, that may be true. But the truth is, if you're charging for recovery housing, it is not incentivizing. It is legal. It is 100% legal. And to throw a net to catch a couple bad fish or whatever this looks like and kill the entire sea life is not realistic. I think Nathan and I have one thing in common. We went to Chesapeake High School. And we both graduated. I, unfortunately, was a special ed student. He went on to get a law degree. But to me, this is really common sense stuff. It really is. If you're not breaking the law, what is the issue? All of a sudden, it's this whole, everybody who's involved in this is breaking the law. It clearly states in Medicaid fraud statute that if you create a situation that's fraudulent, you can serve up to life in prison if somebody dies from it. So as simple as if somebody says that you should be in a certain level of care, if the assessment says you should be in a certain level of care, and you choose to push that person to a different level of care to make more money, and they die, you're facing life in prison. I know I only graduated high school because the teachers were scared I was going to come back another year. But it really just, I just can't get my head around it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad you graduated high school.
My mom was too.
Sir?
Right. Hi, my name is George St. Peter. I was a parole and probation agent for 30 years with the state of Maryland. I worked my last 6 years in Glen Burnie, which I consider fentanyl ground zero. In that last 6 years, I lost over 60 people of all ages, all races. I can tell you from my own experience, I've seen what everyone
Sir.
one of you is going through.
Sir, can you speak into the mic? That way?
You have my utmost respect. I can't imagine the hell you go through every day, but with each day you get stronger and you become better. However, what I can't understand is this phobia of oversight. Why would we not want to have some kind of oversight if we have it in other areas? We have NHTSA, we have the different federal outfits that investigate airplane crashes and whatnot. Why is it that when it comes to this milieu, all of a sudden, no, it's a taboo. We don't want oversight. We want it just the way it is. Why not have a good thing and make it better with a little bit of oversight? It doesn't have to go into draconian heights of spending hundreds of thousands of more dollars in order to get X, Y, and Z fixed. I'm sure some of the stuff can be grandfathered in, but I personally would not trust sending my kid into a facility that doesn't have some form of oversight. And again, I had 60 kids that died on my watch, and every day that goes by, I remember these 60 kids.
Thank you. Sir?
My name is William. I reside in Pasadena. I was too born into the family with addiction. My mom gave me up for adoption. I went into foster care. I was beat. I was locked in rooms, molested, all that. I ended up incarcerated due to my disease of addiction. At my lowest point, I had seen no way out. I couldn't communicate with other people. I didn't know how to express my feelings. I didn't know how to live in society. When I was introduced to Narcotics Anonymous and went to treatment, I came out and went to Evolve, and it's Evolve that taught me how to express my feelings. It's because of Evolve that I know more about the disease of addiction and what I suffer. And, you know, I get to talk to a therapist. I get to see counselors on a daily basis. They provide me a safe place to stay at night, so I'm not running the streets. I'm not homeless. I'm not, you know, looking for that next fix. I just think that recovery houses, man, like 28 days of treatment is not enough. We need more facilities like this to provide us a safe place to get treatment and learn about ourselves and be able to express our feelings and, you know, recover from this disease of addiction. Thank you.
Sure.
My name's Dale Furchess, and I was an upstanding, productive member of society about 10 years ago, and I'm a veteran. I was in the Maryland Army National Guard. I was a medic, and my wife was a registered nurse in a treatment facility, and she had died 5 years ago from a fentanyl overdose, and I drank myself into a depression, and I got clean in 2018 and April 22nd, and I came up on 4.5 years in October, and I'm a contractor, and I cut my fingers off. And I told them when the paramedics came, I didn't want opiates, but I ended up waking up on Dilaudid, and I didn't do what I was supposed to do. And I've struggled the last 6 months. I've overdosed in front of my mom. She's seen it. My mother's been clean for 26 years. She was a nurse. And I put myself in a detox in Baltimore called Turk House, and I've never heard of Evolve. And I knew I needed to do something different, and I needed at least a 6-month program. And I've been there 2 months now, and it's changed my life completely. And I don't know Sarah Burden from Adam. I met her once, but I see what her actions, like she truly cares about people. She's not in it for the money. Like, they give back so much to the community. We're going skydiving next month. I mean, to all our clients. And, you know, I'm truly blessed. And if you guys pass this bill, you're basically killing people. That's how I feel. And thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Kim Wireman. I'm president of Powell Recovery Center. We treat clients from Anne Arundel County. We're located in Baltimore City. We have 275 residential beds, as well as every level of outpatient care and an outpatient mental health clinic. We've been in business at the same location for 30 years. I've been with Powell for 20 years, first as a clinical social worker, and then running the clinical department since from 2008 to 2013, and since 2013 I've been president of the company. So I'm here today to try to describe in support of Bill 5523 to make it simple. Well, first let me say ditto to my friend and associate Bryce Hudak, who spoke in the last panel. First, there's residential treatment, and we have a plethora of responsibilities with regard to fire safety, licensure, staffing, and treatment delivery. And then there are outpatient levels of care, PHP, IOP. We've heard many things about the success of PHP and IOP tonight, and we say, glory, hallelujah. People's lives are being saved. There is nothing in 5523 that would limit the delivery of any level of care. And so PHP and IOP, those outpatient levels, can be delivered with an MCOR certified recovery house. It's all alphabet soup, I know, yeah. But an MCOR certified recovery house, that means they have some accountability. They have an organization, just like JCO that accredits hospitals. They have an organization that oversees them. We're very much in support of that. We have lots of organizations in the community that do great work. Schools, museums, pardon me. Pardon me. We require all of them to meet fire safety rules. The nature of excellent work does not exempt people from other safety regulations. Now, why, since 2018, when the state required or got a waiver for residential treatment, why wouldn't you just deliver residential treatment, which has a 6-month continuum? Well,
please summarize.
Okay. There have been statements that PHP with recovery housing would go out of business. I'm very familiar with PHP business models. We've delivered it for a long time. An 8-person house with 8 full vacancy PHP folks generates in gross revenue $70,000 a month.
Thank you.
How you doing? My name is Byron. I'm a grateful, recovering, humble addict today. I'm here to speak on the point of me coming through the programs that I'm here today with almost 4 months clean. And with the program of Elevate that I come from, I'm a graduate alumni, IOP completion, I'm doing my OP. And with them, the staff is there for love and they're concerned. We're not just a number. You know, and they gave me my life back at 52 years old. I'm going to be 53 on July 22nd. And the dad can hold my head up today and be proud that I got that kind of lifestyle. I'm happy that I'm clean today. And without these programs, man, I don't know where I would have been at. So I'll make this short and sweet. It's just like, man, if you approve Bill 5523, you're not just killing all of us. You're mainly killing me. With that, I'm going to keep coming back. Thanks for letting me share.
You want me to be seated? Next 6. We'll All right, ma'am, to the right, to the left.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak on this. I'm totally against the bill, and I'm going to tell you why. My name's Diana Whitler. Look me up in the system, and that tells a lot. I'm 58 years old. I have 4.5 years clean. I was fortunate enough 4.5 years ago to be able to enter drug court, which sent me to a facility where I stepped down different phases. And, you know, if I tried to stay clean many different ways, for 30 years I used, right? It didn't work until I was able to go to down to these different phases and learn how to live life over again, okay? Because when we're using, our brain is, my brain was distorted. I didn't even know how to think for myself. You know, so I stepped down to these different phases, and I'm a productive member of society today. I'm a mom. I'm a grandmother. You know, like I have a decent job working for a facility in Anne Arundel County. But listen, if this bill passes, like, I feel like, look at what the world's coming to already. We need these treatment centers. We need the PHP, the IOP. People need to learn how to live their life again. Because, you know, when you're using, you forget. It's just that simple, you forget. You have to be retaught, retrained, and learn how to live your life again. That's all.
Thank you.
My name is Patricia Collins. I'm a substance abuse counselor. This is my second career. I have been negatively affected by those in my family that are addicts. I have never been an addict myself. However, it is my duty to try to help. I've had a medical career for over 30 years. I have seen legitimate folks out there in the world, such as yourselves, become addicts. Addiction does not discriminate. It can start with a surgery that you become addicted to the pain pills. It can affect your loved ones. You have no control over someone who is in addiction. They will not listen to you. They will not listen to anyone until they're ready to get help. If you're limiting their help, you're limiting their help. How can you put a limit on someone's survival? If you have cancer, are you going to want someone to limit how much chemo you can have? You are not exempt. I am not exempt. Your loved ones are not exempt from addiction. It can happen to anyone. If you have a loved one that is in recovery house and learning how to live again, that is another day, another month that you do not have to worry about getting that phone call that they were found in a ditch dead somewhere from an overdose. My son's father did not have the opportunity for sober living. He would not listen. My son never got to be with his father because of addiction. He is now sitting in an urn in my house where my son has to have the only contact in death with his father because he didn't have the resources that this county offers. He would not listen. Your family members will not listen if they become addicted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am.
Hi, my name is close enough to me. There we go. My name is Lisa Middledorf, lifelong resident of Anne Arundel County. I started using heroin back in 1998 when I was just 16 years old. And my first attempt at treatment was inpatient treatment in 2000 in an inpatient facility. And back then, there wasn't much talk of aftercare, recovery housing, or anything of that nature. So for many years, I went straight back home, never worked out. And then there were times later down the road where I was in a facility, but they didn't have their own aftercare. So then I had to go somewhere else for aftercare. And I just never made it. It wasn't until PHP programs were introduced to me and ones that had a continuum of care where I stayed within that company. It felt like family. I got to see the same faces all of the time. I felt cared for. I felt loved in a time when my family was finished with me, you know, and they had every right to be. But people that I had just met loved me. I went through Evolve's program. I'm now an employee at Elevate. And I'm going to go on the record to say that God forbid any of my children end up where I did. That's the first place I'm recommending they go. I've never once walked into a recovery house or a PHP program and said, oh my God, there's too many people in this room. Never. And thank God. I was in a house that had 14 women in it one time, and it was beautiful, and I loved it, and it saved my life. I have 21 months clean today, and without being introduced to programs like this, my 3 kids would not have a mother. I would not be here today. I believe in what I do, and I believe in the company that I work for, and we do beautiful things daily. I want to go on the record also of saying I heard someone make mention of like how much money PHP programs make and how we have the money to put into like houses. Why would you want to make someone do that though when that money can go into other resources like food for our clients that can't afford their own? Thank you.
Yep.
I wasn't
Is your mic on? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Is it on now? Corinne Dunn, sorry. I was just going to sit back and listen, but somebody sat up here and spoke that kind of pissed me off. In my opinion, just because people are financially successful in their career choices or businesses they choose to create, people are going to stay up here and say that that's wrong. They're successful because their business is successful. Okay, right? Doesn't that make sense? No matter how much money, that it makes sense. I stayed in a homeless shelter for 2 weeks specifically to get into Elevate's program because I'm 51 years old. I'm an alcoholic. I have 5 DUIs. You do not want my ass out on the street. Excuse me. Okay, but this lady really upset my. She hurt me personally because you're saying that my friends, my family, my people who took me in are frauds. You kidding me? They feed me. They shelter me. They provide love, care, and understanding. Baz has even given scholarships so I can stay at another program that wasn't even his. He scholarships me in a different county out of his own money. He feeds us. It costs almost $10,000. You didn't even say this. It costs about $10,000 per house of food. Who pays for that? He does. Okay, that's not even brought into the facility aspect here, is that they do things on their own, above and beyond. If you regulate them, their freedom of choice of what they can and cannot do is going to be taken away. I would not have had a house to live in. I would be on the streets right now. Literally, 51 years old. I am not welcomed back home again because I like to drink. These people accept me and they know how I am and veer off certain behaviors. Okay? I would be drinking on a regular basis if I was not in the Elevate program. Absolutely 110%. It is actually recommended 3 months of continuous recovery in order to be successful. They mentioned 2 weeks is only paid by insurance, my insurance. I'm out on the street in 2 weeks. Where's the 3 months of care? They provide.
Next.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Dickin. I'm a resident of Anne Arundel County, and I was here at the last county council meeting. I just want to say again that I do support Bill 5523, and I hope you all do as well. I wanted to publicly say thank you for the council members who have taken the time to learn about the recovery field, to learn about some of the issues that we face. There's a whole lot more. But Bill 5523 doesn't shut down businesses or decrease the number of beds for those in need. Bill 5523 is advocating for the victims of the illegal housing practice, not to discredit good programs that help a lot of people. There's a lot of good providers in this room and a lot of good people. I just want to say thank you again to each county member. Please support the bill. It's not to create harm.
Thank you, ma'am. Next.
Hi, my name is Jillian Johnston, and I'm here to testify as to why I support Bill 5523. In 2016, I started my career in the substance abuse field. I'm well educated on ASAM criteria, the MCOR certification process, COMAR regulations, CARF requirements, levels of care, and even the billing process. I'm also an addict in recovery. Due to my personal addiction, I've spent time in several different treatment facilities, 15 to be exact. My recovery journey began in 2007, which resulted in multiple treatment attempts until I surrendered in 2015. During those years, treatment looked very different than it does today. Recently, we have seen an influx of PHP programs who are also offering a housing component. PHP is a structured mental health and/or addiction treatment program where clients participate in clinical group sessions during the day and return home in the evening. Recently, providers in Anne Arundel County have adopted PHP with a pillow practice. The clients being enrolled in said practice really meet criteria for a higher level of care. Essentially, they meet criteria for level 3.3 and above. Instead, clients are being admitted into PHP and are being housed in off-site homes that are owned or operated by the same provider. In order to reside in said housing, the client must attend the PHP program. Some of the providers here tonight used to be recovery houses until they saw the reimbursement rate for PHP and started billing for the service. Those same providers are the ones who are against Bill 5523. As an addict in recovery, establishing a firm foundation is crucial to maintaining sobriety. When we first enter our recovery journey, we are taught to lead an honest life and develop reputable characteristics. I firmly believe that providers who have adapted the PHP with a pillow practice are taking advantage of our most vulnerable population. I've always been passionate about recovery and have always had a voice for those who can't stand up for themselves. I was taught very early in recovery to always stand up for what I believe in, and what I believe in is Bill 5523. Bill 5523 will encourage providers to offer much safer housing as well as a decent standard of living. Bill 5523 increases access to treatment, available beds, and will create a positive impact on behavioral health. Supporting and approving this bill will finally define all levels in the continuum of care. Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated. Dan? By show of hand, who all still needs and wants to testify? All right. Raise your hand. I'm sorry. Just keep your hands up. I'm just curious. Raise your hand. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so like 2 more panels. Let me get one more person to come up, please. Yep. All right, from the right to the left.
My name is Stacy Gillen. I'm an LCSWC and the outpatient program director at Project Chesapeake. I'm here in support of Bill 5523 as I believe it will improve the quality of SUD treatment in the following ways. First, it will increase the likelihood that high-risk SUD population receives appropriate level of care. Many clients that end up in outpatient houses are truly in need of inpatient treatment. Having this vulnerable population at a lesser level of care than needed increases the risk of recidivism, relapse, and other poor outcomes. Consequently, when they're unable to sustain sobriety at a lower level of care, they lose their housing as well, making this vulnerable population even more high risk. If we do not pass this bill, we'll continue to enable a loophole where those in need of inpatient treatment are placed in outpatient houses not receiving the structure they need. The second benefit of the bill is to enable more effective step-down treatment to improve client outcomes. Outpatient housing blurs the lines between ASAM levels of care. For example, I've observed individuals in unlicensed residential houses having more rigorous outpatient treatment experience. While ASAM guidelines specify less than 9 hours per week for traditional outpatient or TOP, which is the lowest structured level of care in the continuum, I've observed these houses requiring upwards of 20 hours per week at TOP level. These discrepancies cause us to lose clarity in the step-down placement, which negatively impact client outcomes. And the third benefit is that we increase access to inpatient services. In my current role, we work to find inpatient services for clients who have demonstrated an inability to abstain at a true outpatient. As we continue to struggle with addiction in our society, this inpatient need will continue to grow. Bill 5523 will expand access to quality inpatient treatment and will encourage compliance with ASAM. It's a step towards clearing blurred lines, providing clarity for clinicians, and most importantly, improving the quality of care for the population we serve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sir?
Hello, my name is Randall Law. I'm a 15-year Navy vet with severe PTSD. I spent numerous tours over in Fallujah and Kandahar. With my PTSD, if it wasn't for the folks at Elevate, the VA could not diagnose me correctly and give me the right medication. My first week at Elevate, the nurse practitioner was able to get me on the right medication. And tomorrow will be 4 months clean and sober. I've spent the last 3 months in IOP, and right now I am in OP, my final step down. I am opposed to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Hi, my name is Shauna Seeley. I'm also a resident of Anne Arundel County. I am just going to speak from my experience. I've went through many treatment centers in Anne Arundel County, and they all have helped me in a number of ways. My last stop was at Elevate, and I needed each and every one of those steps to teach me how to integrate back into society again. When I was introduced to the recovery house scene in 2015 for the first time, I was coming out of incarceration, and I had no idea how to do anything normal. I didn't know how to utilize time management, juggle working, house chores, just living regularly. And through Elevate, I was able to, with the structure of the program, I was able to learn how to put into time management. They require you to make your bed in the morning. You leave out of the house for 8 hours a day where you're sharpening your mind. And if you take that and put that into practice in the real world, those 8 hours are typically hours that you could be working. If you have that mindset going into the program, then you can take that with you when you leave out into the next phase. When we came back to the house, we would then cook for ourselves, and not just for ourselves, but for the community in the house. We all took turns. We all learned how to cohabitate together. We all learned how to be a family before introducing ourselves back into the lives of our actual family members, our blood family members. But these bonds that we built taught us how to be human again. And that's so important. We had chores and then we were able to go on to the next phase. I think it's super important.
Thank you. Yep.
Sarah Daniel, Odenton, Anne Arundel County. And I work for an inpatient detox residential facility, Recovery Centers of America. We've worked with every single outpatient provider in this room. We believe in a full continuum of care. Detox residential 30 days is just stabilization. It is truly outpatient that is going to sustain long-term recovery. Housing is such a huge component of that. And I've heard a lot, and I don't know if you guys truly understand what you have and how special it is here. When we look to discharge people from our facility that are going to transition into PHP with housing or that need to get out of where they're at to restart their lives, there's only like 4 counties in the state of Maryland that we look at. That's how special it is here and the quality of care. Elevate, I've known forever. I've known Basil for 5 years. We've worked with them since they've opened. They've given us numerous scholarships. Evolve has helped our patients. Grace House has helped our patients. Every provider in here that is against the bill, like I am. I'm a person in long-term recovery. And I guess my biggest concerns here are when these sober livings do start to close, when or if this bill is passed, which I hope it's not, but when they do start to close, I would like to know what your intermediate plan is for providing housing for the individuals that are going to be displaced and for the individuals that are coming out of my treatment facility to Anne Arundel that need the housing component that don't have it, is my first concern that I'd like to know what the plan is. The second plan I would like to know is what you guys are going to do to address the increase in overdose rates again, because this is going to affect housing, and it will remove those resources. So as my concern, that is definitely what I want to know is what your plans are and what resources you have in place, what you're going to do to help.
Sure.
Thank you, Council. Anthony Altamari, I'm a lifetime resident in Arundel County. I'm a security professional specializing in electronic security and life safety, particularly in the K through 12 market space as well as state and local government. There's been a lot of parallels drawn to holding recovery houses to the same standards as schools. And there's also been a lot of parallels drawn specifically from Councilman Volke regarding the lining of pockets from recovery housing, which sounds to be an accounting issue from my expertise, because I've been involved in facilitating security through specifically in the K through 12 environment. And there's been significant statistics that prove that the implementation of cameras and other life safety devices has lowered issues relating to life safety in schools. If this is a life safety issue, the one parallel I'd like to draw back to the recovery housing is there are, small businesses. These schools, when they escalate the security budget, it is not provided out of their own pocket. If a business is successful, they shouldn't be punished specifically for their business being successful. And statistically, if the overdoses are down, I think that kind of trumps all in this case. If overdoses are down since PHP has become prevalent in the community, specifically in Anne Arundel, I think that pretty much squashes any sort of separation between continuum of care specifically and the facilities that we're mentioning as PHP with a pillow. If it saves lives, it works. Statistically, if cameras didn't save lives, they wouldn't be in schools. So logically, from my perspective, removing emotion, I think that's the most logical approach is understanding this on a level of it's not financially responsible to punish somebody that's helping save lives. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairman and council members. My name is Dan Hoadley. I'm an Anne Arundel County resident. I am the former president and current vice president of the board of directors at Chrysalis House. While Chrysalis House supports stricter regulations to ensure safe and well-managed facilities, we are concerned that Bill 5523 would negatively impact the services Chrysalis House now provides. We currently operate 3 houses, 2 of which do not have the sprinkler systems that would be required for group homes as this bill is written. We do not own these houses, so retrofitting is not an option. Finding acceptable housing that meets the required standards on the current timeline is highly improbable, and we run a very real risk of having to displace women and their children if this bill is passed as it is currently written. We recommend amendments be drafted that would ensure Chrysalis House would not have any interruption to the critical services that it provides. Thank you.
You all may be seated. All right, we're coming down to the last couple of panels, so please come forward. Trying to have this, it's 10:20, so I want to be expeditious on.
Pick a chair, any chair.
Start from the right to the left. My right. Yeah.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Christy Blaylock. I'm from Crofton, Maryland. First and foremost, thank you all for taking the time and allowing all of the testimony to be provided. I know regardless of whether people are opposing or supporting the bill, it's important for everybody in the recovery community to have a voice. So for that, I thank the council members for making that exception. Good evening. Thank you for the council for the opportunity to share my thoughts regarding my support of Bill 5523. My name is Christy Blaylock. I'm the executive director of Gadenzia. By profession, in my 23 year of my career, I'm also a licensed clinical professional counselor, a licensed clinical alcohol and drug counselor, a master addiction counselor, a board certified psychotherapist, and a nationally accredited clinical supervisor. Gadenzia is the largest nonprofit provider of substance use disorder treatment in the state with 175 licensed residential beds alone in Anne Arundel County, over 650 across the state of Maryland. We are also one of the state's largest crisis stabilization providers, averaging 170 admissions per month at our Crownsville location. And those are for people experiencing some type of behavioral health crisis or opioid crisis. In 2022 alone, Gadenzia had 5,186 admissions, treating an array of behavioral health services for those Marylanders. As licensed residential treatment providers, our goal is to step clients down in treatment to the most appropriate, least restrictive level of care throughout the substance use disorder continuum. A person admitting into a crisis stabilization center is assessed for their substance use, any imminent medical and psychiatric needs, and is then referred to the appropriate licensed level of care by a qualified provider. When a provider does not offer that level of residential care and chooses to admit a client into care into a recovery house with PHP programming attached, that potentially causes health and safety risks for that person being admitted. Some of these issues could be withdrawal-induced seizures, delirium, an overdose if use is still happening, and drug-induced psychosis. PHP, or partial hospitalization program, is just that, a program that is for a person who is not appropriate for a hospital setting, but requires more oversight and supervision than a traditional IOP and independent living environment would offer. The clients that we serve are often too acute to be able to choose between a free roof over their head and the appropriate form of treatment that they need to get their recovery back on track or even begin their recovery.
Please summarize.
That, unfortunately, is how the PHP and pillow model is being utilized. We as providers in this county have the responsibility to do no harm. We do not want to harm other invaluable resources, such as the certified program of recovery housing that we afford in this county. We all know that we need more, but we also do not want to continue to do potential harm to clients that we serve by referring them to agencies that we know are not licensed and not equipped with appropriate staffing to monitor and treat the critical needs of this vulnerable population.
Thank you. There it is. It's on.
My name is Joe Rogers. I'm here representing Project Chesapeake. We are a family-owned, state-licensed behavioral health provider. My wife and I have 3 young children. We were born and raised in Anne Arundel County and still call this county home. It's been really hard emotionally to listen to some of this testimony tonight. Some of these stories have been so sad, and others have been amazing stories of success and recovery. I've been getting emotional listening to some of the heartfelt testimony here tonight. It's hard not to let it blind me, but I need to refocus on the facts of the bill, the questions Councilman Volke asked before we got started here tonight, and the victims of this awful practice that can't always fight for themselves. If the people testifying here fully understood Bill 5523 and what it actually does, they would very likely support it. PHP has been prevalent forever. Licensed residential treatment at 3.5, 3.3, and 3.1 started in 2017, which coincides with the overdose decrease that was referenced earlier. We've heard a lot of inspiring testimony here tonight from people in recovery that have been successful with various treatment programs in this county. These are the kind of stories we all love hearing and stories that we will continue to be told after Bill 5523 passes. We need all of our treatment providers in Anne Arundel County to continue providing care and doing so in a safe and ethical way. This is not about one group of providers versus another group of providers. This is about all of us coming together to do what is best to continue to serve our most vulnerable population. Bill 5523 does nothing to shut anyone down or limit bed counts in treatment facilities or recovery residences. It actually expands to both. My organization would be impacted by this bill just like others when we look to expand into recovery housing. But we recognize that this bill allows us to do both by simply adding sprinkler and fire alarm, which the fire marshal has told all of us is their recommendation anyway. Bill 5523 does not require anyone to choose between operating a recovery house or operating as a treatment provider. Everyone is fully able to continue to operate as both. These false narratives have spread like wildfire, instilling a lot of fear in the recovery community about programs closing, but none of it is true. As a licensed residential provider, we are required by COMAR to help create a transition plan for our clients and set them up for success when they step down and prepare to reintegrate. We would be shooting ourselves in the foot to support a bill that would reduce any beds. There are many victims here, and the victims are our most vulnerable population who do not always find a voice to stand up for themselves. There have been some courageous people tonight and through the process who have done just that, at the risk of serious bullying and harassment from those who claim to help. Bill 6123 will expand PHP with a pillow to scary new levels and will create more victims. Let's pass Bill 5523 and show these victims that Anne Arundel County has their back and they do have a voice. Thank you.
Next.
Hi, my name is Angel Trainer. I live in Hillsmere Shores, and I am the executive director of Serenity Sisters. We run recovery homes. That's it, recovery homes. I'm hoping that me being here tonight is going to clarify my stance on Bill 5523. In the past 4 years, working on housing issue, this bill is the furthest that we as providers have gotten with the government into a decision concerning recovery homes. I support Bill 5523 because it encapsulates everything that some of us have been working on for years. Many of you up there on council have worked on these with us. So thank you for that. The two-tiered system, this is why I support. The two-tiered system will ultimately help the county define who is and who is not certified by MCOR. While I am not sure how county inspectors will deal with behavioral health world, I do believe that this bill will give them a place to stand when they receive complaints on a location that houses persons in recovery. Giving the zoning inspectors a clear, concise definition of what a recovery house and a group home is and is not will be helpful for them when they are in the field investigating complaints. While my main concern is safe recovery housing here, I also recognize that 5523 aims to address practices of higher level of care providers. This bill is a first step towards making sure that the vulnerable population that I work with receives the proper level of care and the freedom of choice on where they receive their treatment. The state of Maryland has reached out to Anne Arundel County requesting help in this matter. Now is a good time to start this collaboration. As always, I'm willing to come to the table to continue discussing on how to create safe, healthy places for a person in recovery to reside. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and good evening, council members. I'm Ryan Chamberlain. I live in Annapolis and I'm with Uplift Recovery Homes. We provide recovery residences in the county and the city of Annapolis, and we have a total of 80 certified beds. We want to do more. If 5523 passes tonight, we plan to expand our footprint within the county. We depend on treatment providers for the vast majority of our referrals. We would not support this bill if it was genuinely going to result in any of them being put out of business. It would not be in our own interest, but more importantly, it would not be in the interest of the population we serve. We need more treatment beds. This bill will provide those. Bill 5523 aims to address both recovery residences and group homes in county code. I want to reiterate that as it's an important point to make because I've seen this point consistently misunderstood. This bill addresses how providers will be classified within county code, but importantly, it does not specify that a group home, as defined in county code, only operate as a group home from a services standpoint. This bill does not prohibit any provider or provider type from delivering the same services that they are currently, if they are willing to comply with county code. Once a provider meets the requirements for a group home in county code, they are then able to operate as anything they want in practice. In fact, I verified with the director of MCOR today that they already have certified recovery residences that are zoned as group homes while operating and functioning as a recovery residence, and they will continue to allow that. I have seen and heard some things in this process that are truly disturbing, and I wish I hadn't. But having that information now, I cannot in good conscience say that some additional checks and balances aren't needed. I didn't always have this opinion, but I have always believed that when facts change, you should remain objective and reevaluate your own perspective. So please support 5523.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Mary Lilly, and I'm born and raised in Anne Arundel County. I'm a nurse, and I have spent my entire nursing career working in substance abuse. I've watched the evolution of treatment, and I can say from the very beginning, when I started to now, the benefit of bringing regulations, standards of care has been astronomical. I've watched the continuum of care evolve, back before parity, and now here we are. It's important for there to be a standard of care. Morally and ethically, we as providers need to make sure that we're providing a safe environment for the most vulnerable, underserved population. I've worked in hospitals where I see people get dismissed and treated poorly and then go out and overdose and come right back. We don't want that to happen. We want them to have a safe place to recover. And part of that is providing a standard level of care. I am absolutely in support of this bill. 5523 should absolutely go through.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Is this on? Hi, my name is Sahar. I am actually a Frederick County resident, but I own and operate an outpatient in Montgomery County, Maryland. I do not support this bill at all. For me, it would shut me down. I have 3 community housing programs that are running exceptionally. They're about to be accredited by CARF. We have a waiting list that's probably 4 or 5 pages long at this point. We get referrals from all over the state. Every treatment, every inpatient detox center that's looking, Suburban Hospital, Mountain Manor, Avery Road, all the places that do higher level of care are looking to step down to places like ours that provide this community housing aspect to continue their support and their sobriety. I hear the words victim being used a lot and people being taken advantage of, but not everybody does it. It's not, I don't know about the PHP and pillow and making money off. I do know that getting somebody that's newly recovered after a 30-day treatment plan to come into a program and then I don't know if you guys are familiar with how many hours it requires for PHP. It's 6 hours of therapy a day. And it's pretty much the same as a residential, except for 3.1 level of care, which is only 5 hours a week of treatment. So PHP is the highest form of outpatient right now there is to help continue people with their sobriety. Some people cannot always go into inpatient. They may have families, they may have jobs, they may have other responsibilities that will prohibit them from going into inpatient. And again, as you heard my husband state earlier, most insurance companies do not pay for more than 30 days, and that's once a year. So this outpatient level is crucial for the continuum of care. And like I said, this bill passes. If it was ever to come to Montgomery County, it would shut me down. And I'm a small, one-person, woman-owned business in Rockville, Maryland. So.
Thank you. Thank you all. Please be seated. All right, for the sake of time, because we have some amendments that we'll have to adjust to here. This is my last call for folks to testify. We have a couple of amendments after this, and I want us to get through. Then there's another bill that's also tackling this subject, and I don't want us to miss that opportunity. Anybody else, please come forward. We got 3 seats. 2. All right. No, I've seen her stepping up here. She's coming. Okay. That's it. Okay. Ma'am?
Hi, my name
That's
is
it.
Kim. My name is Kim Taylor. I had not originally planned to speak tonight, but at the last minute, I decided I wanted my voice heard. I wrote to all of you, but I decided to speak. As the disease of addiction infects so many suffering individuals, we can only hope to provide structured, regulated, and safe environments for the victims of this deadly disease to create new beginnings. If we as treatment professionals are not regulating the environments this culture is expected to dwell, we are not setting the example we strive to drive home to this unique group of vulnerable human beings. Many of the members of the communities we serve have come from family constellations of a low socioeconomic status. And the message we're sending them by allowing non-regulated, less than environments is that they are in fact less than and must settle for whatever they can get to get off the streets of destruction and away from the poison that led them to us. An example of non-regulated current practice is agencies calling themselves inpatient when they are simply providing a bed in exchange for attending treatment at their facility. I'm sorry, this is only one of multiple examples. Allowing this type of current operating system is once again sending the message that this culture does not deserve lofty standards. We must set standards for professional agencies to provide their services. I speak to you as a professional. I speak to you as a mother who wouldn't want my child exposed to non-regulated professional services. I speak to you as a member of society who reads about the tragic stories of families left without their loved ones because they weren't receiving high-quality care. And lastly, I speak to you as a recovering addict who has been there and wants nothing more than to see an improvement in the standards we set for the conditions where addicts attempt recovery.
Thank you. Sir?
Good evening, David Plott. I'm a resident of Annapolis on Marshall Court in Miss Rodvian's district, and I work in a law firm that has the pleasure of representing Project Chesapeake, and I'm testifying in support of the bill. And I've been touched, like probably everybody in this room, by alcoholism and addiction in my family. I lost a brother. My significant other, who grew up in Pasadena, lost her son. And so I would not be testifying in support of this bill if I thought it was going to stop the provision of care. What I'm hearing on the bill is that it's going to allow the continuum of care, it's going to eliminate some of the restrictions that are in existing law, it's going to define recovery residences, and it's going to require enhanced safety, fire suppression, if facilities are classified in their housing vulnerable people. And what I'm hearing on that is that it's a lot of cost and expense. And I guess I've been doing this, Mr. Chairman, for probably over 30 years, testifying before the council. So I was having deja vu in the back, because I can recall, and it might have been while you were in office, but or before that, there was a bill to require sprinklers in single-family dwellings in Anne Arundel County. And like you're hearing tonight, there was a litany of people coming forward saying it's going to increase the cost. Requiring sprinklers is going to be tens of thousands of dollars. It's going to eliminate housing in Anne Arundel County. The contractors are not going to build any new housing. And guess what? You passed the sprinkler bill, or the previous council did, and enhanced fire safety, and there are houses being built in Anne Arundel County every day. So what I see this bill as is providing a more level playing field, defining the rules, and providing enhanced safety for a vulnerable portion of the population who are living in their homes and still receiving addiction services in the recovery house. So I would ask that you pass the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the council. My name is Chris Peterson. I'm a resident of Pasadena. I also spoke at the last meeting. I've had the privilege of being on this adventure with most of you all, digging through this and trying to learn this bill just as much as anybody. And when we talk about this, we have to talk about Evolve separately than everything else, because we have a level 1 outpatient, a level 2.1, a level 2.5, which is new. And currently, by the way, out of our own 80 residents, only 8 census in PHP, and only 4 of those live in our recovery house. It is a true and separate outpatient. A couple weeks ago, you asked for the respect for someone not to judge your intent. I would please request the same before you say things like that we're just lining our pockets if we have these levels of care. That to assume that we are just doing that, and to hear other providers to say that we are doing that, and ones that I've worked with and I've trusted. And yes, providers have worked on a bill for recovery residents for the last 4 years, and that bill is 6123. The definition is changed in this bill from the original definition of recovery residences for a specific cause here. But no one has proved that we are doing that. And if you asked how will it shut down programs and kill people, if you can answer one simple question, no, then I will back off. Will Evolve's 73 recovery house beds in this current language of the bill have to close or not? Because it will. So will Chrysalis House recovery houses. To go group home is a different level of care. It's outside of a level 2 recovery residence. You heard from Pal, right? You heard from another gentleman who support PHP in conjunction with MCOR certified separate housing. That's what we have. PHP is a separate level of care that needs to be tackled separately. To combine it in, we will lose our beds, and other providers in this room knew that and still support this. And it's clear that recovery residences stand alone, plan to expand, supporting Bill 5523 now. Didn't know that before. In the residential programs, our billing would increase $1.1 million next year if we supported this bill. And I'm choosing to support our 73 recovery house beds that make $0. It's not a business move for us. I promised
Please
residents
summarize.
that they could stay until their mindset changed, not forced out by zoning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman, members of the council. My name is Tom Repsinski. I'm a lawyer with Alfred Kerman representing Evolve Life Center. My practice involves defending and, when necessary, challenging county lawmaking. I restrict my comments this evening to proposed Anne Arundel County specific definition of recovery residence in the bill, as you've heard so much spoken about. I respectfully disagree with counsel for the county. This definition, and therefore the bill, is unlawful as written. You don't have to, you've heard much from many, but you don't have to decide will this or will this not close beds. It is unlawful as written. When is a facility a recovery residence? Well, since 2016, only when and how the state of Maryland says so. When is a facility a recovery residence, a certified recovery residence? Well, for nearly as long, only when the state's Department of Health, their Behavioral Health Administration, certifies a facility pursued to establish statewide MCOR certification process and application of National Alliance of Recovery Residences best practices standards. You want to protect the Anne Arundel citizenry, improve safety of those living in a statutorily defined, state-regulated, Department of Health enforced recovery residence. Do so consistent with and not in direct conflict with that same statutory regulatory scheme, and we will applaud the effort. Do so across the board without carving out certain providers, the effort will be cheered. However, you want to usurp the authority of that same state regulatory Department of Health defining MCOR process, you are legally preempted and precluded from doing so. You can't do it. Defining recovery residence for purposes of implementing what might otherwise be laudable goals only serves to benefit the special interests conveniently excluded by the proposed definitional carve-out. Babies out with the bathwater, the bill tosses out patients with the undefined costs of the fire sprinkler water only for a limited few. And in sum, don't be fooled. As written, the law discriminates unlawfully and in violation of Maryland law is an improper exercise of home rule authority.
Please summarize.
Those assembling today to speak against this unlawful effort cannot be seen to support 5523 if passed as written.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am?
Thank you, Chair Smith, Vice Chair Pickard, and members of the Anne Arundel County Council for your attention to this matter. My name is Brooke Foster, and I just feel compelled to come up here and let my voice be heard as well. And I sit before you as a living testament to the power of recovery centers and recovery houses. I respectfully oppose Bill 5523 because I firmly believe that it will, in fact, cost lives. Recovery centers and houses provide a lifeline for individuals like myself who have struggled with addiction. They offer a level of care that is crucial in our journey towards overcoming substance abuse. inpatient treatment is merely just the beginning. It is what happens after we leave these programs that truly matters. Time is of the essence upon discharge from these centers, and we need continued support and a safe environment to adapt to our new lives outside of treatment. This is where recovery houses come into play. By having the option to enter a home attached to the center, we can seamlessly transition back into society while still receiving the necessary care and guidance. I'm a living example of the success of these programs. Today marks my 7th year of recovery, and I owe a significant part of my recovery to the time I spent at Evolve Life Centers and Chrysalis House Transitional for Women and Children. They will close. These places provided me with the foundation on which I rebuilt my life. Today, I am a mother to 2 beautiful children who have never witnessed the pain of my addiction. I work in the field, dedicating my life to helping others overcome their struggles. I am a proud homeowner in Anne Arundel County, and I oppose this bill because I have seen firsthand the positive impact that recovery centers and houses can have on individuals and their families. By closing these facilities, we are taking away the support system that many people desperately need to maintain their recovery. Addiction is a relentless battle, and we cannot afford to lose any more lives to this disease. Thank you.
Thank you all for your public testimony. Please be seated. Public hearing on bill number 5523 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 5523.
Bill number 5523, an ordinance concerning construction and property maintenance codes, codes and supplements, fire prevention code, zoning, recovery residences, group homes, and community-based assisted living facilities.
Mr. Vulcan? Oh, before I went to the amendments, I was making sure were you good with it? Okay. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 11. Oh, I'm sorry.
I wanted to request a 5-10 minute recess. We've been sitting for close to 2.5 hours. I'd make a motion for a 10-minute recess.
All right. Please call the roll on the motion.
Ms. Ledbetter? Aye. Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volke? Aye. Ms. Hummer? Aye. Ms. Fiedler?
Nay.
And Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
6 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. The motion to take a 10-minute recess has been...
All right, the time now is 10:47. I'm going to gavel this thing at 10:57. All right, go. About 30 seconds here, just FYI. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 5523.
Bill number 5523, an ordinance concerning construction and property maintenance codes, codes and supplements, fire prevention code, zoning, recovery residences, group homes, and community-based assisted living facilities.
Please read amendment number 11.
Amendment number 11. This amendment provides that the use of a single-family detached dwelling as a recovery residence, group home, or community-based assisted living facility is not a change of occupancy classification if the single-family detached dwelling is being used for that purpose as of January 1st, 2024.
Ms. Pickert?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment number 11 is, I guess the best way to describe it is it is a grandfathering clause that allows current recovery homes, group homes, if they are functioning, to remain functioning as they are today, even beyond if this bill were to pass with a majority of the council. A grandfathering clause is a standard operating procedure of this council when we make sweeping land use change, and this is one of the ways to not disrupt the current continuum of care if there is ownership or affiliation along the continuum. I drafted this because it's clear this is a confusing topic, and I think at a minimum, we need to protect the continuum of care as it exists today in Anne Arundel County. I would make a motion to adopt.
Is there a second?
And ask my colleagues to support this amendment.
Second, Hummer.
Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think first I'll say we all listened intently over the past couple hours and heard a lot of very moving and powerful stories. And I think what you heard from both the proponents and the opponents of the bill is how complicated this issue is and how challenging it is for us as a county to make decisions about healthcare delivery and how we do it. And the bill that we have before us is essentially at its core a zoning bill. And while I can't speak to every component of this amendment, helping protect the continuum of care, as Ms. Pickard stated, we do think adding some protection for facilities that were in existence, if this bill were to pass, would be prudent on this council's behalf. So we do support this amendment, and with all that said, that this is still a complicated issue, and generally this does not get the administration to a support level on the bill.
Thank you.
And I have folks here from IMP if there are specific questions on how this would operate.
Ms. Pickard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to be clear. I appreciate everybody's testimony very much. This council can only legislate until midnight, so I'm not mincing words. So we'll have to have some thank you notes written after the fact. But I do appreciate the many people that have come out, and I would like to strenuously request that the council, if the majority of the council is still considering this bill, we need to pass this amendment.
Mr. Vogel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just be brief. The question with this bill is whether we're going to try to raise up the standards in which people are living or not. By doing this grandfathering, we're effectively keeping everything where it is for many providers. If the idea with this bill is to try to raise up the level of care, then this doesn't do it.
Ms. Hummer?
Some of the most powerful testimony I heard tonight, and much of it was extremely emotional and powerful, was the speaker from Chrysalis House, who stated that Chrysalis House is one of the only facilities in the county that serves women and children, if not the only one. And he said their recovery houses would have to close because they are leased buildings, they don't own them, and they wouldn't be able to upgrade to those standards. That is going to be a loss of care that to some of our most vulnerable people suffering from substance abuse addiction. And that's going to put children and families on the street. And so this grandfathering would allow Chrysalis House and others to continue providing that without any interruption of care. So I will support this amendment.
Ms. Pickard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me be clear. There's more than just life safety in this bill. It's not just about sprinklers. This bill crafts a definition of recovery house that limits the ability and impacts who can own and affiliate at one end of the continuum. For somehow, it doesn't matter if you're at the top of the continuum. You can own and operate anything you want. But that's a problem. So when we talk about grandfathering, I think we need to understand that it's not. This bill tackles way more than just life safety.
Ma'am.
So I actually have a question. I think this is probably for the Office of Law. So the way the bill is written, if you are a provider that's sort of providing at different levels of care, you would be required to upgrade your fire suppression systems. However, if we took out the affiliate piece of this bill, would the life safety come down to the recovery houses?
Greg Swain, County Attorney. So what the bill does is it provides, again, it has a definition of recovery residence and provides that if you are a certified MCOR, which is the state level agency that certifies recovery residents, if you are certified by them, then you are not subject to any occupancy limits and you're not subject to the change of use permit. The other alternative is if you are 6 or fewer beds, you can do the same thing. And there's some fire safety measures you would need to comply with as well. So the fire safety measures are building permit issues. They're not zoning issues. So the definition, the affiliate language really has very little to do with that part of the bill. It has more to do with who can own and operate recovery residences. So just by taking the affiliate language out, that would not really affect the portions of the bill that address what building code and that type of things need to be complied with. All right, am I getting your question?
I think you understand my question. I don't know why I've been reading it differently, but you're the county attorney, so how can I argue with you?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Volker.
Again, I'm cognizant of time like my colleague, but I just add, the building code is not self-effectuating. So this is going to be complaint driven. Am I understanding that right? So if this bill passes, it's going to be complaint driven. It's going to be an inspector goes out, inspector looks, and the inspector says, oh, hey, we've got something going on here. You're going to need to upgrade. It's not like this is magically going to trigger on January 1 and all of a sudden these houses are either going to have their doors automatically close or else you're going to be in a position where they've done the upgrades and the doors get to stay open. Like, it's not self-effectuating in the code. Is that right?
Well, all of our enforcement actions are complaint driven?
Yes.
Yes.
So the long and the short is, even if a house that should be operating as a group home, but doesn't do the life safety measures by January 1, continues to operate as a group home after January 1, there's no magic wand that's going to close all the doors. They're still going to be operating. They're just simply operating out of compliance. Is that right?
They would be out of compliance, and keeping in mind that the regulatory process we have in place for recovery residences is sorely lacking, which is why I think this bill has been needed. So there are a number, I've heard somewhere in the range of 90 recovery residences in Anne Arundel County. What involvement the county has had with all 90 of those, I can't really say because we don't regulate them.
Right.
So you have, I think what you would have is as we got to January, there would be, if there are complaints, obviously they would be addressed by going out and looking at the residents and try to establish whether they meet the requirements or not.
So it's complaint driven on the one hand.
Would be complaint driven.
Or it would be if a particular facility came in and said, a particular home said, we are changing what we're doing here and we want to go through the process, in which case then the county would also be triggered to know here's something going on. But those are really the only two ways the county's going to know anything about a recovery residence or a group home or anything.
Well, I think the other way would be is if they got certified by
Voluntarily, yep.
And we're not really part of that process, but we would be aware of which ones are certified or are not certified.
Thank you.
So, quick question. Does the county receive complaints for a variety of different things, infractions throughout the county?
Lots.
So is it unlikely or is it likely to expect that some of these facilities will receive complaints?
Well, it's likely. Most of the complaints we receive are from citizens who notice that their neighbors, has a car with their
Well, now
tag.
we've just broadcast during this bill that they're going to be in violation. So I can assure you there are going to be complaints.
Sure.
Because there have been providers who have complained about other providers now without the bill.
Yes.
Who have either sent complaints to the state or to the county. So we know that's going to happen. What happens when a complaint has not been remediated? What happens when a complaint has not been remediated?
Well, it would be, depending on the nature of the complaint, it would either be a building code violation or a zoning code violation.
And what happens when there's a building code or violation?
Well, eventually, there are efforts made to try to resolve it voluntarily, but if not, it comes to the Office of Law for enforcement, and we enforce through the court process.
And through the court process.
Civil court process, yeah.
And through the outcome of the court process means that there could be fines levied, there could be
Fines.
requirements to actually implement whatever mechanisms that's in the violation incurs?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Madam Vice Chair.
So there is another way that, as I understand it, as recovery residences are going through their certification process, they have to show that they are in compliance with county ordinances.
Correct.
So that's what generated Bill 6123 that hopefully we will get to later tonight. But so if this, some of the aspects of this bill go forward, it is going to come up. They're going to have to show that they're in compliance with the county ordinances.
That is part of the MCOR certification process. I think they require a verification from the county that there's compliance, and I think it's largely coming from the fire department.
Correct.
All right.
Call the question.
You got one?
No.
Okay.
I do.
Mr. Volk, this is going to be the last one, and then I'm going to move forward just
Okay.
in a second.
Mr. Swain, I have abatement violations in my district where the Office of Law has been going after people for years. How long does this process take?
It depends. The civil court process is slow often, but we go to court, and most of our enforcement cases are resolved by consent where people, I'll give you an example. Unregistered vehicles, very common complaint. We go to court, we've reached a consent agreement.
You give them
The
time
owner
to
says,
get
we're
rid of
going to
them.
give you 30 days, we're not going to fine you if you do it. And if they don't do it, then we have to go back into court on a contempt petition, which is a separate court process, which has its own enforcement. Ultimately, there are provisions in the county code with an unregistered vehicle where we can actually go and tow the vehicle eventually.
Many moons ago in District 1, I defended a man on one of those actions, so I'm familiar with how long you can stall those out.
It can drag out, yes.
So again, that means they have to hire an attorney to litigate the process with the county to remediate the fraction. Sounds like cost to me, right?
Well, they would have, you have the option, of course, of hiring an attorney.
Option?
Well, a lot of our enforcement cases are pro se. People are representing themselves in those cases.
Sure.
Because it is in district court, which is our lowest level trial court.
Did you have something?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go to you first.
This is not a question.
And that is it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not a question, just an example. District 5, I have a zoning case that has been ongoing for 5 years. 5 years. Same case.
So my colleagues have just completely made it clear how the enforcement of this bill and the impact is nothing. Because it's not enforceable. And it's going to take 2 to 3 years, 2 to 3 years, when we could be actually working towards a solution at the state level where there's already oversight regulation, licensure, certification, and keep behavioral health regulation and oversight at the right place, rather than the zoning code that's going to take years and maybe 5 years to actually come to make sure there's life safety in a recovery residence. Can we call the question on this amendment, please?
Please call the roll.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Nay.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey? Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian?
Nay.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
3 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Amendment number 11 has been defeated.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 12.
Amendment number 12. This amendment alters the definition of group homes 1 and 2, provides that the use of a single-family detached dwelling as a group home for persons with intellectual, developmental, or physical disabilities is not a change of occupancy, classification, or subclassification, provides that a conditional use requirement that 2 group homes 2 not adjoin each other does not apply to a group home for persons with intellectual, developmental, or physical disabilities.
Ms. Pickard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is, if the majority of the council is looking to pass Bill 5523, this amendment is a must. We did amend the bill in another part to accommodate our group homes for persons with intellectual, developmental, or physical disabilities, but we failed to make that change also in the definition of group home, leaving them out to dry a little bit. That also changes a spelling error in 2 places. I would urge a motion to adopt, and I'd urge my colleagues to support Amendment 12.
Is there a second?
Second, Hummer.
Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I think we heard from a couple of providers that do developmental disability work about the importance of this amendment. We would support it. Just want to note again, sort of the Byzantine challenges that we will have in enforcing this, but this amendment makes the bill better and ensures that we keep an important group out of the bill.
Thank you. Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Barron, do you have anybody from the administration who can speak to this particular amendment as a subject matter expert?
I have some folks from the Department of Health here.
They've been sitting there patiently.
Yeah.
So the reason I'm asking is I just want to understand what the necessity of this particular amendment is with respect to the bill when we passed Amendment 1, which made it clear that we were talking about substance abuse disorder in a group home setting. And I believe the gentleman, Mr. Snyder, who testified from ARC, who was one of the people asking for this amendment, indicated that the group homes for folks with intellectual, developmental, or physical disabilities or mental health issues are generally being housed in a facility that is between 4 to 8 people. My understanding at the state is that the ideal level, particularly for folks with intellectual, developmental, or physical disabilities, is closer to 4 in the house. So I'm not even sure why we would need this, because those types of houses aren't even going to trigger group home 2. So that's why I'm asking, do you have anybody who's a subject matter expert who could explain why this would be necessary in the bill versus what we already have?
So I don't think we have somebody who could speak directly to that, but I think, again, you have one of the experts asking for it, a group that provides the service in this county.
If I may. Well, by altering the definition of group home 1 and 2, we completely left the IDD community group homes out of that definition. So as we are a permissive code, they still need to be defined in the code, which was why the Office of Law and our legislative council were supportive of drafting this amendment and felt it was important. I know how you like definitions, Mr.
All right. Any additional question? All right, please call the roll.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Nay.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey? Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian?
Nay.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
3 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Amendment number 12 has been defeated.
Please read amendment number 13.
Amendment number 13. This amendment provides that a recovery residence include a facility that is operated by an affiliate of certain treatment providers if the affiliation is in existence on or before January 1st, 2024.
Ms. Pickard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, amendment number 13 is in a different part of the bill. As you heard tonight, we have treatment providers that have affiliation along the continuum, and adding, if the majority of this council is interested in passing this bill in some form, I believe it is prudent that we make sure that recovery residences currently operating in an affiliate situation be allowed to continue in that affiliation. It's called a grandfathering clause. We do it all the time. I've worked really hard. I've worked really hard in this issue, and I'm going to be honest. I'm about to show. I'm tired, and this bill directly affects treatment providers in my community serving my constituents, and I'm very concerned that this bill creates an interesting prohibition against ownership and affiliation along the continuum, but only at part of the continuum. Somehow those businesses that are providing treatment up at the top, medically managed, clinically managed, inpatient, those folks don't have any prohibition against affiliation or ownership along the continuum. It's just recovery houses and outpatient treatment. I motion to adopt this amendment, please.
Second.
Mr. Barron.
Again, I'm becoming a little bit of a broken record here. The administration struggles with how we would enforce through the zoning code, healthcare delivery. This amendment does help a little bit, would not get the administration to support the bill, but it would make it clear with a hardline date when, if there is a question raised, whether or not a certain provider was grandfathered. So would move to support.
Mr. Volk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We voted on amendment number 11 on the question of grandfathering or not. And the other interesting point that I just have to clarify is that just as it says in this amendment, it says in the bill, it's not just if you provided a level 2.5, it's 2.5 or higher. So that affiliation prohibition hits 3.1, 3.3, 3.5, 3.7. Everybody else above 2.5 and up is covered by the affiliate prohibition. So it's not as though there's like this donut hole where we're just hitting on 2.5 and then we're saying 1.0, you can do what you want, 2.1, you can do what you want. Anybody that's 3.1 or higher, you can do what you want, but you people in the middle of 2.5, you're stuck. No, it's 2.5 and up, because we're recognizing that there's a level of care that's being provided that requires that this be more of a medically managed setting. I ask my colleagues to reject this.
Ms. Summer.
I just want to clarify that PHP, when it said this is more of a medically supervised setting, PHP does not require residential or hospitalization care. It requires 20 hours per week of service to have that, but it doesn't require that that be in a hospital. So just want to clarify that would not, 2.5 is not hospital-based care. It is a step down from that. It's another step on the continuum. Thank you.
Call the roll.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Nay.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey. Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian.
Nay.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
3 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Amendment number 13 has been defeated.
Please read amendment number 14.
Amendment number 14. This amendment repeals the current prohibition on the owner of a group home 2 owning 2 facilities that adjoin each other.
Ms. Pickard.
I'd like to withdraw the amendment.
Please read amendment number 15.
Let's try this again. Amendment number 15. This amendment strikes the prohibition on a recovery residence being operated by an affiliate of a treatment provider that provides 2.5, level 2.5 or higher substance abuse disorder treatment services.
So this was my amendment, obviously attempting to, it isn't a grandfathering clause. This provision permits the co-ownership, obviously, for folks that operate both entities, both a provider services for 2.5 or higher or recovery house. And so I think everyone knows what this amendment does, at least on the council. So a motion to adopt. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Mr. Barron?
I think you've heard the administration voice concerns about the affiliate issue. We support.
So my appeal is to Ms. Ravian. I am asking you to have a little faith in certainly in me, if not some of the other colleagues on the council. We have a system that is not broken. It can improve, but it's not broken. And I'm just asking for, this allows us to continue that continuum of care without breaking something or putting providers in a potential situation where it's going to cost resources to keep them there. That's what I'm asking. So I see your light on.
Ms. Fiedler was.
Oh, would you like me?
If you were first, that's all.
Oh, yes. So I appreciate that. I would have appreciated an appeal as well. But anyway, I just, there's been a lot of discussion, and my votes on the previous amendments and my vote on this one, my final vote, goes back to the very basics of this bill, and that is not trying to shut anyone down, but trying to ensure that the most vulnerable people on the road to recovery should be set up in the most successful, safest environments. And I really struggle with putting someone who is at a hospital level of care in an environment where there are not safety precautions that you would see elsewhere. My family has been struck by addiction. I lost 2 close family members to me at the age of 8 and 10. So I'm not insensitive to what it is like to see someone go through recovery. It's actually why I want to ensure that everyone who tries to turn their life around is in the safest environment possible with the most successful outcome potential. So that just really is a comment.
And I agree. And that hospitalization of care, if required, obviously they should be in a hospital. Key word in the OP is the outpatient. The outpatient. And I think most of the providers that we have in this county are providing that level of care that is necessary to have a successful outpatient operation to get their clients back on the right track. And so it's a matter of semantics. In a perfect world for me, I would sort of put together a task force, and I've said this before, to actually review and interview all the organizations that provide these different levels of services, put people on that panel that are not current providers who are who stand to benefit from whether this succeeds or fails, and give us the data that's necessary to make accurate decisions when it comes to this. We've heard about organizations that potentially have done harm. Well, let's call them out. Let's put together a task force that reviews them and actually get that data and say, yep, this is a violation, this is a violation, and then bring that information back to us to actually put something together that's meaningful. And so I see your light, so I'm going to go back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Smith. So I think you might not like this answer, but then maybe you will like this answer. I would like to vote down this amendment so we have an unamended bill that we can vote down tonight.
Oh,
yes. Thank you.
And I will go into detail when we get to our final vote, but I am sitting up here sick to my stomach because I am in knots, because I think there are legitimate concerns that need to be addressed. But but I agree with my colleague, Mr. Smith, that we really need to have a better handle on exactly what the problem is before we take action. I'm particularly, I guess I'm just going to go ahead and make my little spiel now. I've been taking notes all night. We have an issue. I have heard from the majority of providers that I've spoken with have told me they believe that folks that are identified at the 2.5 level of care need a environment that is more structured than a recovery home. And Bill 5523, I believe, does that. On the other hand, we've also heard about the concerns of how much time individuals are allowed to have insurance coverage cover that kind of care. We have heard concerns about the cost, although I'm also inclined to agree with Mr. Plott about if we believe it's important, we need to get the cost. I'm sitting here thinking, you know, we reject the bill. If we reject this bill on one hand, maybe we're assuring more beds, and that saves lives. If we're supporting this bill, I'm sorry, I think I said it backwards. If we support this bill, we're possibly, I'm getting tired. So we're possibly setting up a scenario where we lose more lives because we lose beds. On the flip side, if we're not holding folks to higher standards with respect to fire safety, we are risking lives. I will tell you, I live in a big old wooden box of a house with no sprinklers. And over the last, we've been talking about fire suppression. I think it's a real concern. So I think I'll leave it at that for now. I probably have more to say. And I just also want this, I feel like we need to get to, I don't want to drag this out to another meeting.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
This is the roll on Amendment 15.
Yes.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Nay.
Ms. Pickard.
Nay.
Mr. Volkey. Ms. Hummer.
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler.
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian.
Nay.
Mr. Smith.
Nay.
That is none in the affirmative, 7 in the negative. Amendment number 15 has been defeated.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll on Bill number 5523.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Oh, I'm sorry, as you were. Is there any final discussion since the amendment process has passed? Ms. Military turn there. Ms. Rodvian.
So I'm going to try to do this quickly, but I just want to thank everyone for telling very, very personal stories tonight. Some of you told, talking about the darkest moments in your life. You came in front of us to share that because you wanted to do what you believe is in the best interest of the people that may follow in your footsteps and may follow in the unfortunate footsteps that you found yourselves in. And you did that because you care. And I know I'm suspecting that for a lot of folks, this was your first time testifying in front of the county council. I feel like Spartacus is happening in here. Sorry. I feel like for a lot of folks in here, this was probably your first time testifying in front of the county council. I hope we made it a pleasant experience, that you will come back again, because we deal with issues like this that are important all the time. So, use this as an opportunity to get involved in the community more broadly. Maybe I said the rest. I'm concerned about how ASAM treats 2.5. 2.5 in ASAM points to a residential setting. On the other hand, I'm hearing from majority of providers saying that a strictly recovery residence is not enough. So I do think that is something that we need to be addressing, but I also am starting to realize that we can't do it here. We need to do it somewhere else. I also believe we need to push up the fire safety for folks. And we talk about vulnerable, and I'm a person who fights for the underdog. And it's hard to tell who the underdog is here. Like, are you the underdog if you're the person that doesn't get a bed? Or are you the underdog that is in a facility that maybe not is as safe as it could be because there were different, because someone maybe had the resources to make it a safer place, but they didn't because they weren't required to. So I think all of these things matter, and I hope this is not the last time the council deals with this. And I'm still shaking, and I'm probably going to change my mind 10 more times after I leave this meeting, but this is where I'm at for tonight.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I vote, I just wanted to say a quick remark. Like Ms. Rodvian, I can only begin to fathom what it's like to come here tonight and share the personal stories that so many of you shared. It touching, impactful. I am in awe of your bravery, not just in speaking, but on the path that you've taken, for those of you who have walked the recovery journey, for choosing that path and sticking with it. So bravo to all of you. I want to remark, I will be an aye on 5523, and I want to make sure that I am very, very clear that that vote is not an indictment of me believing that anyone in this county is intentionally or accidentally doing anything wrong. I think what 5523 brings to the table is that it helps the county identify exactly who is doing what. And transparency and a little bit of clarity there is the part of this bill, and the safety with the fire suppression is the driving factor. Should this bill fail tonight, I actually am in agreement with Chair Smith. I love the idea that you mentioned before, a task force, a work group, however we want to describe it, to get some data. I would be behind that 100%. So just wanted to share my remarks.
Just to follow up on my previous comments, no matter what side of the bill you are on here tonight testifying, no matter what side of the bill we've been discussing here today, I think everyone agrees that your futures and your safety and your success and those that come after you is what we're trying to focus on. And I, before being on the council, came here to testify on very minute things in the grand scheme of things. You got up here and told your personal stories, and that is extremely courageous. Some of you 4 months ago wouldn't have even imagined that you would be sitting in front of the Anne Arundel County Council testifying in a public forum. So I just want to tell you that there are people all over the county that are rooting for your success, myself included. Keep up the good work. Despite adversity or challenges, you can overcome anything you put your mind to, and you have an incredible group of support in the community that's going to lift you up through that. So thank you for coming out.
Yes, I want to echo what said. Thank you to everyone that shared your stories tonight. I believe everyone involved in crafting both of these bills and all those who've weighed in on the various provisions are sincerely focused on providing the best care possible for our residents battling substance abuse. We are not in agreement on what is the best pathway. It's extremely complicated. And it pains me to see there's so much conflict between so many who are dedicated to helping people become and stay clean and sober. And I hope we can create a pathway to that. If there are bad actors in this arena, and there are bad actors in every arena, and there were providers that are requiring a guest to use their services as a requisite for housing, they need to be investigated, and there need to be consequences. And I will support any efforts to do that. But our zoning code is not the place for that. We have health agencies at the state and county level that can and should pursue these violations. As I shared at the work session, I have a draft of legislation right here that I've given to our state delegates that would enact new laws related to patient brokering and kickbacks and truth in marketing for substance abuse disorder care treatment providers and facilities. Let's work with our partners at the state level to tackle this issue, not a roundabout way through our zoning code that has the potential to eliminate options along the continuum of care and place some of our most vulnerable residents at even greater risk. So again, thank you all.
Mr. Vogt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to address a couple points. I sincerely hope that when this bill fails, which it looks like it will, that everyone who is claiming to be wanting to be part of a work group will actually do it. Because I will tell you that I've been working on this issue for 4+ years at this point. I will just go out and note that when I brought in my first attempt to do any kind of recovery residence legislation, it was a bill 21-19. That bill was withdrawn because there were some concerns legally. So then we came back a year later with a bill 16-20. I worked with a lot of recovery providers. I worked with group home providers. I worked with community-based assisted living providers. And ultimately, I could not get that bill passed through the council because of concerns that some of my colleagues had with any definition of recovery residence. I accepted that. I said, fine, let's take what we can do. Let's put some definitions in about group homes. Let's put some definitions in about community-based assisted living. Let's go back to the table. Let's look at recovery residences again. So I convened a work group informally in 2020. Many of the people who were in that work group are in this room. I'm not going to call all of you out individually, but I'm looking around and I see a lot of you. Some people decided they didn't want to be part of that work group because they decided they would rather just keep operating kind of in this gray area where there is no such thing as a recovery residence in this county. So that's how we operated for 3 years. After the last election, I had a meeting. There was an issue in my district. I'm just going to give you the history on how this came to my attention. There was a home that was being operated in a community in my district where there were some concerns that it was effectively a PHP with a pillow program. And so because of that, there was a meeting where the community got together and I was there, and this guy named Joe Rogers, who I'd never met as of last fall, showed up and talked with the community, and he educated them on certain things. And I thought, well, this is an interesting situation. What's going on here? So I started to learn more about this. In January, I met with Ms. Burden. I met with her husband, Mr. Nider. I met with their lobbyist, Ms. Hessler, who's in the back, and I met with Mr. Peterson over there. We talked about all these issues. I suggested at that point that we have a meeting because there were significant concerns that Evolve and Project Chesapeake were at odds with each other. I said, why don't we all sit down together? I have the emails. In the emails, I suggested that meeting happen. Ms. Burden indicated she didn't want to meet. Okay, fine. So that's what happens, and everybody has their prerogative. It's a free country. After that, I moved forward with this legislation. I've shared this with some of my colleagues on the council, but I'm sharing it here now publicly because I want everybody to understand the amount of legwork that went into this bill. This bill was not brought about just sort of willy-nilly. We didn't just craft it out of thin air. This was something that came through the product of many, many discussions. I'm going to highlight a couple more things. We very early on in the process talked about this concept with the county executive. There was a meeting where it was explained to him. There was a meeting with Mr. Smith where we explained this concept. We indicated exactly what we were going to do. There was a meeting with Ms. Pickard where we indicated exactly what we were going to do. Bill 6123 that you're going to deal with later had been sitting out on the back shelf for months and months and months until somebody decided that they wanted to introduce that bill after I had introduced Bill 5523. So I just tell you all this information because I want you to understand that we didn't just come to this lightly, and the intention with this was not to hurt people. So you can disagree, and we can all sit here and say reasonable minds may differ on what the appropriate approach is to regulate in this area, but it would be kind if in the future people don't look at this and think, hey, we're trying to kill people, because it's not the intent. It's really not. And I see, look, I see you all. I see people nodding their heads thinking that they disagree. You can disagree with me, but we don't have to disagree in an unkind way. I don't think that any of you are trying to hurt people with what you're doing. I think every single one of you is trying to provide care. I think all of you are operating in a system that, quite frankly, doesn't have all the guardrails that it needs yet, because as you've heard from so many people, over time, this system is growing and evolving. I hope that we can come back with a work group. I hope that we can work on this legislation. I hope that we can come back with a bill that will get the entire recovery residents together. There is not a bill tonight that does that. 55 doesn't do it, and 61 doesn't do it. Neither of the bills that are in front of you this evening are actually going to be consensus bills where the entire recovery community says, I support this. So with that, if Bill 5523 is going down, I'm just going to suggest to my colleagues, the situation only gets worse if we pass 6123. So with that, I will certainly vote in support of this bill because I do think it's the right way to move forward. I do think it's a reasonable compromise. I do think that it will protect people who are in recovery, and I sincerely believe that. But at the end of the day, let's get this work group then. If everybody is so sincere about this, let's do it. Let's all commit that that's what we're going to do. And I'll trust Mr. Smith and my colleagues that that's where everybody's head and their heart really is. Thank you.
So I 100% will champion a work group or task force, whatever the term is. I've never sort of misled anybody up here in the years that I've been on the council since 2012. And so you have my word that's coming. For me, we went to a funeral this past weekend. It was 18-year, I think, Ms. Hummer and the Madam Vice Chair as well, for an 18-year-old girl. It wasn't drug related. But as I was leaving that venue and thought about that 18-year-old girl whose life was over with, and then I started thinking about this bill. You know, I'm so honored for Mr. Volke because he's put in a lot of work, and this is tough. So please don't disrespect him because of his viewpoint and him wanting to have a pathway to make sure that folks who are doing sort of crazy things in the community and impacting citizens who need the services. That's where his heart is, and I truly believe that, Mr. Volke. I was just a little nervous that as we were improving the system, that we didn't actually, alter something along the way, and it does cause individuals to lose bed. That was my only concern and where I was. But I am 100% on board with trying to find a way that we can agree on what the best answer is with folks who are on this team that have no vested interest in the outcome of a solution. It's going to be providers, not even provider, experts who are not associated with some of the providers who can speak from an objective standpoint so that we can actually gather data, interview organizations, so on and so forth. That's what I wanted to do this whole time. And so with that said, I see no additional lights. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on Bill number 5523.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Nay.
Mr. Volke? Aye. Ms. Hummer?
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Nay, and with my vote, I really genuinely want to thank Mr. Volke for the work that you did here because I think you brought to light some issues that I was not aware of, and I think the council generally was not aware of. And we now need to take steps to address that, whether it's advocating with our state partners or taking action here ourselves. So genuinely thank you for the work that you did. It is not in vain. It is not in vain, even though this bill I'm voting nay, and this bill will not pass tonight.
Mr.
Nay.
Smith?
Nay.
Three in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Bill number 5523 has been defeated.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 6123.
Bill number 6123, an ordinance concerning construction and property maintenance codes, fire prevention code, codes and supplements, zoning, recovery residences.
Ms. Pickard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In a matter of being brief, this council voted unanimously to pull the provisions of 6123 into the previous bill, 5523. The only difference is the Bill 6123 utilizes the state definition of a recovery home as listed in the health article. I would urge my colleagues to vote unanimously for this bill. It does solve an issue regarding treating recovery residences as single-family homes and fire safety with the belongs of fire safety, and gives the county incentivizes recovery residents to become certified using the National Alliance of Recovery Residences best practices and checklist and certification requirements. So with that, please support the bill. Let's go home.
Mr. Barron.
I have the same group here with me. In the interest of time, we support. I think the issue is not, and I take Mr. Volke and your comments, Mr. Chair. There's still work to do, even if this bill passes. But please pass this bill.
Any additional comments? Radia?
I would like to make a motion to hold the bill. And I'm making the motion because I have spent so much time on 5523 that I do not feel fully educated on 6123 to vote tonight. And there's only so many hours in the day.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, 1 second. Sorry, go ahead.
I just question moving this bill forward when we've had commitments to form a work group and dive deeper into the issue on a bill that just failed that is so similar to this bill. I just think it's time to convene a work group.
Madam Vice Chair.
We voted unanimously to pull the tenets of this bill into the previous bill. Every single one of these council members voted for the two-tiered system regarding certifying recovery residences in this county. That doesn't make any sense. You heard we have recovery residences waiting to secure their certification from the state, and they can't do it because of the loophole that exists regarding fire safety and the Fair Housing Act. I'm speechless.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say on the record that I do concur with Ms. Fiedler.
And Ms. Ravian.
I just had made a motion, so I don't
Okay,
know if there
so
was
you
a
made
second.
motion. Is there a second? So her motion to hold Bill 6123. Is there a second? So, all right, we'll now open the public hearing to Bill number 6123. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the council, there were 3 submissions received. Everyone's received a copy. It is included in the summary that's posted online.
Right. I do see that there was, listen, we have like 11 minutes for the crowd that's here, 11 minutes. It's not a lot of time. We have to pass legislation, either vote up or down before midnight. And so if you have compelling testimony on this, we've heard all of this all tonight, I want you to come forward, but if we're going to vote on this bill now. So is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on this bill? Okay. We're closing it after those 2. Yes. Come.
David Plott, Annapolis, Maryland. Following the debate and the vote to turn down Mr. Volke's bill and your discussion about forming a task force or a committee to review all the effects on the different providers and to come to a bill that would be satisfactory, I agree with Ms. Rodvian. This is not the bill that's going to resolve the issues that are before you. And so it basically eviscerates the purpose of forming a committee to deal with these issues, with the representatives from the various providers, to come to some kind of agreement and consensus. So I would suggest that the bill be either withdrawn or voted down so there can be some substance to what you're going to do subsequent to the hearings tonight. And reviewing the issues that are at hand, involving the stakeholders, and coming to some viable solutions and legislation or whatever the result is. But passing another bill tonight is not going to facilitate that. It's not going to benefit it. So I would ask that I would vote in opposition, request that you oppose the bill that's before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers?
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. So yeah, this bill 6123, I think we've all talked about. It's going to solve a very small problem that's hardly even a problem. There are certified recovery residences in this county. They've had no issues with certification. I think that the two-tiered system makes a lot of sense. I think that's why it was adopted, but it's unfair to say that it was adopted solely because everyone loved it and it was a fantastic solution. It was adopted as part of a bill that did attempt to solve a larger problem, a problem that we all know exists. And the victims that have testified that have been part of this PHP with the pillow, they've been harassed and bullied as they've walked back through council chambers. I'm hearing things as I walk up here to testify. I'm not backing down. I'm here to support those people that don't have a voice. I'm disappointed the bill didn't pass tonight, but we're not done. We need better quality treatment in this county. We need every provider in this room. No one needs to go away. No one would have gone away with 5523. I'm disappointed that that was believed because that's not true. But I think we're going to keep fighting the fight. We're going to keep doing what we need to do. 6123 makes the problem exponentially worse. So that needs to die. And then I think we need to get together like Chairman Smith suggested. Let's put together a real group. We thought we did that. We tried to include everybody, but let's do it again. And I think we'll come up with a great bill that'll look a lot like 5523. So beg the council to please consider either pulling the bill as Ms. Rodvian suggested or voting it down. Either one is the only positive outcome here.
Sure.
Anne Arundel County, thank you again. So 6123, in my opinion, is exactly what all the recovery residences providers have been working on for the past few years. It, in my opinion, actually, no, as a matter of fact, it will give the enforcement that you guys are seeking the option to enforce. A level 2 recovery residence does not have staff in it, hence why it can't be a group home, right? So if you have a task force after a definition is put in place consistent with the executive director of NAR told me specifically that 6123 is in line with national standards. This is what jurisdictions are doing all across the country for recovery residences specifically. It does tackle the recovery residence problem, which isn't a problem, it's a solution to a problem. It defines us accurately, gives the county a bit of bite, and again, was adopted unanimously, right? To vote it down seems a little like we're backpedaling a little, and I understand that, but to me, passing this gives the definition and the structure necessary for whatever task force or work group you come up to go out and say, are you truly a certified recovery residence or not? If you don't pass this and you put this work team together and they go out, then there's no definition still to recovery residence. There's nothing to prove that you are or you are not, and I gladly welcome you to come, and you will see that all 7 of our recovery residences are certified and operating as such. Thank you.
Please be seated. Thank you. All right, public hearing on bill number 6123 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 6123.
Bill number 6123, an ordinance concerning construction and property maintenance codes, fire prevention code, codes and supplements, zoning, recovery residences.
All right, Ms. Hummer.
I'm going to be very quick because we only have a few minutes left. When I first got on the council and I was reached out by many of the providers in here, this is the main issue that was brought up by across the spectrum for everyone, was that this fire loophole was hurting them and that they could not get certified by the state, which also affects the grants and things they can receive. Passing this now will fix this immediate issue so that they can continue operating, so we won't lose beds because of those things. And it doesn't preclude in any way that we can't have the task force moving forward and make additional changes going on. But this will allow folks who are now in limbo with certification because of Anne Arundel County to move forward.
Ms. Pickard.
I know Mr. Volke has gotten a lot of kudos for his hard work on this bill. And I don't need any kudos and I don't need any thanks, because I've worked on this issue for 4.5 years with many of you in the room, as well as my colleagues. And this is a step in the right direction. If there's additional issues within the continuum of care that this council would like to take up, great, form a work group. Bring forth additional legislation. But this is something that we all found consensus on 1 meeting ago. This was part of a solution to one of the problems. I am speechless that we would even consider not taking what we all 7 of us found consensus on last meeting and move it forward in the code. Please, those that are on the fence or thinking of voting down Bill 6123, please reconsider and acknowledge the hard work that the recovery community and the council has done and take the first step. The work group can convene and get to the other issues that folks think is important. But this is a step in the right direction. And we all agreed about it. That's all I have. 7-0, guys. We all said, yes, this is a solution. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know if I got another work group in me on this. I have other legislative agendas, and I'm tired, to be quite honest. I feel like this debate has driven a wedge, but this was something we all had consensus on. I'm going to say it 3 more times. We had consensus. We had a unanimous vote. We had a unanimous vote. We had a unanimous vote on this 2-tiered system. This is a solution to a legitimate problem, and we can solve other ones later. Thank you.
Ms. Ravi.
I'm going to renew my motion to hold this bill until our September meeting. I I'm just going to say, I'd like more time to consider it. I indeed did vote to pull the provisions of this bill into 5523, but that was in the context of Bill 5523. And I'm concerned that on their own, they do something a little different. And so I'm simply asking my colleagues for a little more time. I move to hold the bill.
Is there a second? I'll second. Please call the roll on the motion.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Nay.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey? Ms. Hummer?
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler?
No.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
3 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. The motion to hold the vote has failed.
Any discussions on 6123? Finna call the roll.
Yep, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Volkey?
So I just want to clarify a couple things about this particular bill, right? We did adopt this framework and put it into 55, but the purpose of adopting the framework and putting it into 55 was because of the way that it interplayed with some of the group home components in 55. So I think just going back to what Ms. Rodvian highlighted, that was the reason that there was a 7-0 vote to move this into the other bill. It was not necessarily that everyone on the council was saying this is a standalone bill was the right way to do it. Additionally, as I know some of my colleagues are aware, the definition of a recovery residence in this bill is different than what the definition of a recovery residence was in Bill 5523. Those distinctions are a big part of why that bill ultimately caused a lot of consternation to my colleagues and to those in the community. So I think that all of those concerns really are what rise up to make everybody look at this bill and view it differently. I don't think you can just say this is a copy and paste where you automatically are taking one bill and the vote on one amendment into a bill and moving it over into another one and saying that automatically guarantees that that should be something that we pass. I think deep down, really what it does is it just creates a scenario where we have to look at each of them individually.
Thank you. Please call the roll on 6123.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Nay.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey? Nay. Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
No.
Ms. Rodvian?
Nay.
And Mr. Smith?
Aye.
3 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Bill number 6123 has been defeated.
All right. Is there any other business to be brought before this county council at this time? Seeing none, may I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. The county council, please be quiet as we're still conducting business. The county council is adjourned until September 5th, 2023.